Yes, we do.
So I don't know if we want to do that, how we want to do
You're right.
I was getting nervous.
Will you be able to tell?
Yeah, it'll pop up on my screen.
Yeah.
Can you get to that site?
So
I can just hit the
is Scott Bell here?
I think so. Where is it?
Can you do that then? We can use it.
Connie, I don't see Scott.
Okay, maybe he's out of town. You drink too much coffee? Oh.
Banner, we go. Ben, we go.
You're streaming now.
Okay. All right, we want to invite everyone to take their chairs, and we are going to start our board meeting this evening. If we can have everybody's attention. All right. Today is Tuesday, August 4th, 2020. It is 7 p.m. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me in the back? Raise your hand, somebody. Yep. All right. Online streaming, we're up and good. All right. Today is Tuesday, August 4th, 2020. We welcome you here to our board meeting tonight. It is very good to be back in this room conducting our business like we like to do here. So welcome to everybody who's come out, and also welcome to those who are following this meeting online. Let's begin by indicating who's here, starting with Connie.
Connie Anderson.
Nicole McDermott.
Connie Burgess.
Chris Wynn.
Terry Bodden. Todd Zinger.
Martin Big Superintendent.
Karen Winder, Board President. For those that maybe haven't tuned into the 5 o'clock meeting, we want to welcome Chris Nguyen on Precinct 7, who was sworn in at 5 p.m. by Sherry Swenson. So as you hear us refer to Chris, you understand that she is now representing the Magna and West Valley area of our district. So welcome, Chris. We're excited to have you along.
Thank you.
Okay, our Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be given by Mark Ellemeyer, who is the principal at Eisenhower Jr.
Would God please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mark. I've asked Connie Burgess to give us our reverence this evening, and she'd like to share a thought with you.
I'm sure all of us have had the experience when someone fired your imagination with new knowledge or touched a deep chord in you that opened doorways that you didn't even know existed. Why do these experiences hold so much power? Perhaps because they are part of our most common birthright as human beings. Our entry into life as eager and natural learners. The drive to learn is strong, writes Edward T. Hall. It begins early and lasts a lifetime. End of quote. Learning at once deeply personal, learning is deeply personal and inherently social. It connects us not only to knowledge, but to each other. Throughout our lives, as we move from setting to setting, we encounter novelty and new challenges, small and large. If we are ready for them, living and learning become inseparable. We want our schools to be places where everyone, young and old, could learn how to learn. My hope is that our schools and our neighborhoods will continue to be learning places for everyone.
Thank you, Connie. All right, next on our board agenda this evening, we have resident participation time. We have 3 signed up tonight. We're actually going to put those more along the lines when we get to those agenda items. 1 has signed up for a reconfiguration comment, and 2 others for the secondary high school Friday distance learning segment. So we have not forgotten you. I just want to make mention of that as we move on to the consent agenda item. So board members, we've had this complete agenda since Thursday for us to review, and I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any comments or concerns? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to our information items this evening. We have 3 school networks seeking reconfiguration, and so tonight is the information items, reporting on those. The order will go in as Kennedy Junior, Taylorsville Network, and then the Kearns Network. So we invite those that are here. We have a lot of principals. Thank you for coming out this evening and joining us. We have a lot of principals. Let's invite Kennedy Junior Network principals. Is that how we're doing it, Ben?
Yep.
To come on up. There you go. Mary Basso is the... Hello, Mary.
Thank you for this opportunity to share.
Good. If I can have you pull that mic right down. There you go.
Thanks for this opportunity to share information with you about our process. In the Kennedy Network, the Hunter Network, we had several meetings with district administrators, school community councils, administrators. I met with school community councils, went to answer their questions. So it's quite a process we've been talking about for 2 years now. We met, we decided on moving forward. It was a unanimous decision to continue getting information, seeking more information. The community councils voted. We wrote our vision statements. The survey was done, and we talked about the pros and cons and moved to ask for reconfiguration. So Kennedy would incorporate 6th graders into our school. We're very excited about that. Our school community council had a unanimous vote to bring up 6th graders. We know that 6th graders will not naturally assimilate to with 7th and 8th, so we kind of have a plan to nurture those kids and help them assimilate to Kennedy. We have an entire hallway just for 6th grade, so we can support their emotional needs, their academic needs, give them all the support they need to be successful. And we're really excited to have 6th grade for 3 years. 2 years in middle school just is not enough.
Not the right slide?
I can't see.
Oh.
Sorry, thank you. Hi, I'm Nicola Patton. I'm the principal at Academy Park Elementary. We are at our vote that took place in May. We had 6 members of our community council in favor and that 2 were against.
The community showed that 30% were against, but 55% were for, which is a 25% in favor vote in our community. The community council, the principal from Kennedy came over and talked to community council. Ben came and also presented to them so that they could make, so they could ask their questions. Touch.
So this breaks it down. So I'm going to share just really quick with respect to the data that you're seeing there. We just like to point out the net favorability in each of these networks and schools. So it's a net plus 25% for their community survey, and their vote took place in May of 2020.
Okay, next page. So the pros were that the students in junior high have access to more subjects and extracurricular activities that are not offered in elementary school. Sixth grade students would perform better in a larger community of students, is what our community council felt. The sixth grade students would receive more college and career readiness skills that are not offered in elementary, and there's more availability for intervention and extension in the junior high. Some of their concerns were the social and emotional well-being of the students being in a bigger community, because as an elementary student, they're used to having one teacher and having that relationship with one adult. Students would lose their individual connections that they make with the one teacher that I just mentioned. They just want to be sure that the students wouldn't fall between the cracks in that big community. Thank you.
So can I ask?
Yes.
What will this do to your numbers in Academy Park?
My school numbers?
Uh-huh.
We are currently about 400, so it would take out about 60, so we'd be about 340.
Okay.
That's not including, we have 2 units that are also 30 more students, so
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
So I'm Brian Matucci, principal at David Gorley, and I am going to need the screen. It's gone blank for presenting for everybody.
Good.
No, I didn't touch it, I promise. All right, there we go. All right, so Gorley has been addressing reconfiguration for the past 3 years, 2 of which I have been there. Our council met digitally on April 7th. We had a pretty good turnout for that digital meeting. 6 out of our 8 members were present, and 6-0 of all that were present were in favor of reconfiguration. My council is representative of Kennedy as well as Kearns Network, so I have both members that represent both of those networks. We have an overall net positive percentage for support for a 22% for reconfiguration. So currently Gorley we're projected at 614. We're a little low in our enrollment right now. We have 9 relos, including an entire grade outside, all of our sped, a lot of our specials outside too. So reconfiguration would allow us to bring an entire grade inside of our school, being more inclusive for our 2nd grade that's currently outside. And we feel like a much more safer environment as well. We also discussed in our council having more opportunities for extracurricular activities for our 6th graders and preparing them for career and college readiness. Our council discussed the core and agreed that the 6th grade students may not be receiving the intended learning experiences that they would in the 6th grade reconfiguration for a 6-8. And then like some of our other schools, the maturity level was definitely a concern, and our council is concerned that we are between 2 networks. So if there is a split between one, how does that affect us if one network goes and one does not? Okay, questions? Good, thank you.
Hi, I'm Megan Madsen. I'm the principal at Hunter Elementary. So my community council has been discussing the reconfiguration over the past 4 years. However, I've only been at Hunter for a year, so I'm only privy to kind of what's been going on for the past year. Our council's been torn initially, but after going over the pros and cons and looking through the survey data, our council was able to meet electronically on May 18th, where we took a community vote with 6-0, 6 in favor, 0 opposed for the reconfiguration. I'm going to switch slides, sorry, Ben. So we discussed a lot of the pieces within the pros and cons. Coming from a secondary setting myself, it was really nice to be able to help enlighten kind of my council on what both settings looked like. Our council, some of the pros that we talked about were in regards to the core curriculum. They were concerned about our 6th graders not having appropriate access at an elementary setting, with teachers being able to have some of those content-specific pieces that are already up in the middle school. Another piece we talked about was leadership roles and access to college and career readiness. They were very in favor of being able to explore that and have our students have a lot more opportunity in a middle school setting. We also talked about the idea of 9th grade already having moved up. They were concerned with why 6th grade would still be in that setting where we're already seeing our 9th graders move up. They thought it seemed more natural for those pieces. One of the cons that our council spoke to was very similar to what you heard at Gorley. They were worried about the maturity level of our 6th graders in a 9th or in a 6th, 7th, 8th model. But in the long run, they were more in favor of the learning gap, or the age gap, I should say, being 6 to 8 together rather than kindergarten through 6th grade in the same setting. Any questions?
Your numbers.
Yeah, so we're currently sitting roughly at 515 students. This would put us roughly at 420. We do have a lot of shared spaces in our school as well. We've chosen to not utilize relocatables. However, this would allow us to free up spaces. We do also have 2 special class settings in our school that would roughly add 45 students or so to the mix.
So you said that you did this already at a secondary school?
So no, I've just been as a secondary administrator before, and so it was nice for my community council to be able to ask candid questions like, what does that look like with maturity? How do 7th graders act? What have you seen some of our secondary schools do? What could be a model that would be appropriate? We were able to reach out to Kennedy, and we've also had Ben out to kind of talk about some of the things they've seen in those secondary settings, what it might look like, ways that we could help to support our 6th graders as they transitioned up. Anything else? Okay.
Hi, I'm Robin Roper, the principal at Jacqueline Elementary. As has been said, my community council has talked about the reconfiguration for a couple of years. When the parents were surveyed, there was a 48% in favor and 30% against, so a plus 18 net. Some of the pros that were discussed for reconfiguration is the clear vision and plan that Kennedy Jr. Has that will meet the needs of our 6th grade students. Additionally, fewer students at the elementary allows for more individualized learning and access to different programs like PE and art. 5th graders will have more opportunities for leadership roles. Additionally, the elimination of relocatables has already been spoken, allowing for more blacktop space for our students. And they just felt that it would be a positive impact for our K-5 kiddos. Some of the cons that were discussed as have already been spoken as well, the maturity level of some of the 6th grade students, and some of the families had concerns about their younger children being slightly impacted by having older siblings at 2 different schools. As far as our numbers, we are at about 550 for this coming year. And so with 6th graders going on to the junior high, that would put us at about 460. So any questions?
I have a quick question. Did
Okay.
your community council vote on this yet?
Yes, we met virtually on May 7th and voted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Wilson and former principal at Carl Sandburg, and great following Jacqueline because I think the numbers and information will coincide with them. So Sandberg had been working on this for 3 years also and are pleased that they can have their voice and the information that's being shared today. They had 58% that were in favor and 25% opposed, which is a 33% net. And they voted on April 15th that 6-0, and that is our full council, so it was unanimous. They also felt that the curriculum and things that we're doing was more set for 6th grade to move up. They also felt that some of the school in the district are already having the middle school and 6th grade there, and they felt that continuity would be great with move-ins or move-outs. So that was one of the other areas. And they felt that they'd also have the opportunity to benefit from other activities and other things that are often available in a middle school situation. Again, the maturity level was of some students. They didn't feel it was everybody, but that was on some families. The other one was family support. Some of the 6th graders would watch out for their younger siblings. So that was the one of the main things that stinks. So, thanks.
Thanks, Ben. So I'm afraid that you're now talking with the least knowledgeable of the principals this evening, since I've only been at Silver Hills since July. So the information I'm giving you is hearsay, backed up with, our surveys and our data, but I did take time to consult with the head of our school community council, and she and the rest of the council feel quite passionately that the place for our 6th graders is probably in a junior high school. You can see from our slide that we voted unanimously on the reconfiguration, and the real downside for us, if there is one, is that we are now a very small school. Our projection is at 348 for this year. And if we take out 47 rising 5th graders who will be 6th graders, we're down to 301. So that's the counterweight to that. And our analysis is pretty much things that you have already heard, so I won't burden you with the same data.
Thank you.
Mary. So this is a little difficult, and I apologize. We usually have them all up here in a big group, and we're obviously trying to take appropriate precautions. So Mary's kind of the lead network here as the principal of Kennedy, so we just brought her back up here at the end just one last time, and if there was any additional questions that the board might have. If there are school-specific questions, we're happy to bring those individual principals up again as well.
So how much will this increase so where are you now, enrollment, or,
We're about 640. So we get about 300 kids every year. So we'd be at 940. But right now we have already cleared a hallway specifically. We're preparing to bring in 6th grade, hoping that the board approves that. So we've already got a hallway cleared and preparing it for incoming 6th grade. Also, it should be noted that Kennedy is truly running on a middle school model where we are split into teams so that we can better meet the needs of students emotionally and academically. So we are a middle school in every sense of the word. Also, in my previous employment in Nevada, brought 5th grade up, or 6th grade into our 7-8 school. So I've been through that process and know what worked and what didn't work. And I have that experience to help us transition our 6th graders so that they're supported and feel like they belong to Kennedy.
And this will take place next year.
Yeah, that's our plan. Yeah, we're hoping.
That's what your plans are. Okay.
Mary, this isn't a question for you, but the board members, this is to the question that was just asked. We're at the final step of that process. We've always brought it to the board first as an information item to give you opportunity to ask any questions or give any further assignments, if you will, to the principals. And then we would anticipate these principals coming back next board meeting for action, for implementation, I believe, in all of them for the 21-22 school year. That's where we are in terms of the process. This is an opportunity for you to really get the feeling for what they've done, the work that they've done, ask any more questions, and then when they come back a month from now, they'll have the answers, or you'll be able to just approve it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for, oh, that just is loud. All of a sudden.
Your fault.
Oh,
That was you feeding back.
maybe it was me setting that off. Okay, Nicole, do you have a comment?
My only question, I just want to make sure that we're covering our basis. I'm assuming all of these meetings were noticed, and did anybody have any parents or anybody who was concerned that enough to join those meetings, those open meetings? Does that make sense?
Yeah, we had an evening where all of the, we invited all of our network, and we had, I'm going to say maybe 50 parents show up. So we answered their questions and were able to address any concerns.
As part of this process, we've worked to remind schools, particularly with COVID, that since it would be holding some of those meetings were held in person, but most of them were held via Zoom or some other digital format to make sure that they allowed the public to be able to participate.
Okay.
And so by and large, I understand that actually took place and they were well publicized.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're allowing the public the opportunity to have their say with that too.
Addition, coming up to this meeting, we asked all of these schools that are here tonight to make sure that their communities knew this was on the agenda for this board meeting as well. This has kind of been building up. We'd actually anticipated doing these earlier in the year, but other circumstances dictated that we push them off till August. So here we are.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
So as a reminder, this isn't up for any action tonight, just being informational. So we'll hear from them next month, where it will be listed as an action item, and a vote will be taken on that next month. Okay, next we have Taylorsville Network reconfiguration.
So with respect to that, I'm going to ask the Taylorsville folks, just go ahead and stay in your chairs. Don't worry if it takes a second for us to clean up, and we just want to make sure that we have the chance to transition appropriately and we're not standing around. So.
Good evening. My name is Emmy Liddell. I am the principal at Taylorsville High School, and I'm speaking in behalf of our network this evening. Excuse me, I have my mask down a bit so my glasses don't fog up. I apologize. Councils were informally discussing reconfiguration as far back as 2018. We had information meetings, provided opportunities for the community to come ask questions, met with community councils, and started that process back in 2018. Last year, the Taylorsville Network had a reconfiguration information meeting, and we invited the public almost a year ago. That was on September 5th, and it was held at Taylorsville High School. And then last fall, we had our network school community council meetings discuss the details of reconfiguration. And that happened between September up to January. So in the individual community council meetings, they discussed the pros, the cons, just those community concerns. We had a number, I know within our community council, we had a number of parents come in, some highly in favor, some with concerns, and we had an opportunity to talk through those concerns that they had. Our reconfiguration vision statements were due to the district office, communications office, by January 21st, and we each provided our statements for that. And then a survey was conducted by Lighthouse Research, and noted this is an outside agency that conducted the survey, and that was done on January 31st. On Wednesday, March 11th, we met as a community, and the results were discussed with Lighthouse Research at Taylorsville High School, We invited the entire community throughout the whole network to come to that meeting that evening, and we explained the findings from that research in detail. There was also school community council meetings later to discuss the results and the pros and cons that came with that with the results of that research. And these meetings were held in March and in April, and due to the pandemic, many of these meetings were held online, Zoom. We had an opportunity to discuss and to vote on where our community councils were after the discussions. School community council voting was publicized for a couple of weeks, everyone knew, and that took place in March and April of last spring. All right, Taylorsville High School in particular, our school community council has 12 members. We had 0 against, 2 people were absent, and 10 in favor of reconfiguration. In the past 5 years, we have had an upward trend in our population at the high school, and we've averaged between 1,700 and 1,800 students between 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. Currently, with this coming school year, we are projecting about 1,850 for those students coming in. Bringing in the 9th grade will bring our enrollment between 2,350, 2,400 to 2,450, in that range. We're anticipating around 675, 650 to 700 students coming in from the 9th grade. We currently, with open enrollment permits, that's a big concern for a number of people because we do have a couple DLI programs at our school. And the DLI, the dual language immersion students, those permits will be maintained. We will not be getting rid of those special permits. Last year, we carried about 150 special permits at our school. And as of today, we are at 104. So we've reduced that by about a third while maintaining all of the DLI students. So, we are going to work closely with our network schools and our neighboring high schools to make sure students are staying in their home schools if necessary and being able to reduce those numbers in the special permit process. The 9th graders, some of the benefits they will have as they come to Taylorsville High School is they will have more elective honors, AP, and GTI class options, along with opportunities within athletics, extracurriculars for them to take part in and become involved with. The support of the 9th grade academy will also be something that's very beneficial. I'm not certain if you are aware of how the 9th grade academy works. It's currently in the other high schools that have brought in the 9th grade. And it's a program set up to support those 9th grade students with transition, helping them find success within the high school. So we feel that implementation in the fall of 2021 is feasible. Thank you.
Hey, Emmy, while you're here, can you just speak a little bit? Because I know a big concern for a lot of parents in the area is the amount of students versus how much space we've got in Taylorsville. What are the plans as far as that, and how do you feel we can accommodate those kids?
Okay. Do we have the map attached, Ben? We currently at Taylorsville High School, we have 8 relocatable classrooms. Now, a couple of those are double relos. So here's an initial picture that we had. So as you look at this picture, you can see the current relocatables in yellow. We are looking at bringing in the blue, that would be 10 additional relocatables. It may be, we possibly may need to bring 12 relocatables. That would be, that is the parking lot just north of our high school. This is the northeast corner. We currently have those relocatables in yellow on that pad, and we'll be bringing other relocatables that will be placed there as well. And then right across the parking lot, the sidewalk you see to the right is the sidewalk that leads out to the seminary building. So there's a very well-kept path that comes back and forth. We have an entrance to the school. Just to the left of where you see those yellow relocatables, there's a door that comes into the school right there. And that will be maintained for those students, just as it has been currently for students going back and forth to the LDS seminary. Any other questions?
While you're up here, would you just address the fact that where 9th graders are going to be housed? I think some people, one of the questions we got a lot in the community was, are all the 9th graders going to be in those buildings?
Yeah. This has been a concern because people didn't want their ninth grade students to come up and just get put out in a relocatable. That is not our plan. There's been a number of things said. There'll be a ninth grade wing, ninth grade this. Currently, our anticipation in bringing in the ninth grade is to bring in some relocatables. This will not be all for ninth graders. We want to keep our core classes together so that the ninth grade math students are being supported with the other math departments. So the core classes will stay within those core departments as much as possible. We may do some shifting inside. I've talked with other principals that have brought the ninth grade in and saw kind of how they did the relocatables. Believe it or not, there are some teachers who really prefer to teach in a relocatable because of the autonomy that creates. And so we currently have our ROTC program out here, as well as a couple special ed classrooms, a psychology classroom, and a foreign language classroom, as well as our LIA club. So there may be some of those brought in. We may bring a couple more math classes out. We don't exactly know, but this is not going to be the ninth grade trailer park. That's not the intention at all. Those ninth graders are going to become part of Taylorsville High School and part of everything we do in each hallway. Any other questions? I'll be returning at the end to speak for Westbrook because they're not here, and then to answer any questions at the end.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting us come speak to you tonight. I'm Marianne Stevens. I'm the principal of Benton Junior High School. This is my second year at Benton Junior High, and this discussion has been going on prior to my appointment at Benton. This has been an ongoing discussion with Community Council. Probably, I don't know, Rod can answer how far back he was there before I was, but it was well discussed and well supported when I arrived at Benton. My community council voted unanimously in favor of reconfiguration, and following our survey results at Taylorsville High School, the meeting in which we discussed our survey results, we had a quick community council meeting with all of our members and decided to send a letter into the superintendent to request that we reconfigure. I think our administration, faculty, and staff are committed to provide a model that addresses the developmental and academic and emotional needs of middle school students. When you have 7th, 8th, and 9th, you're kind of dealing with a dual system, and you kind of get lost in the middle. You've got your 9th graders who you're working on with your high school credits, actual high school students, and then you have your 7th and 8th who have their own developmental and emotional needs that you're dealing with. So I feel like by bringing our 6th graders up and allowing our 9th grade to go and join the high school and have access to all of the extracurricular activities and academic activities that they will have at the high school level, that we can develop a program that better fits our students' needs as young adolescents.
So will your numbers change at all as you exit one and bring another one up?
No, we'll lose, the 9th grade that we'll lose will be about the same size as the grades that will move up.
Okay.
So we'll stay pretty consistent, which is nice.
Thanks.
Anybody else?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. There we go.
We're right there.
Hi, Mark. Hi, I'm Mark Ellamar. I'm the principal of Eisenhower Junior High. I've been there 6 years, going into my 7th year, and I have to say it is an excellent school with excellent staff and a great tradition.
Ben, will you change the slide because we're
Yeah, we're
talking
still
about
in
Eisenhower?
So whether we go 6 through 8, 7 through 9, I let my community decide that. I have the whole time. We've had good discussions at Eisenhower Junior High. As you can see, when we voted, 5 were in favor of reconfiguration, 5 were in favor under condition that the addition is built first. That's been a good topic of this, discussion that we've had. And then one was neutral and one was no unless the addition was built first. We definitely want the 6th graders to come up when the 9th graders go to high school. We do not want to be a 7-8 and then years down the road do what the others are doing now and coming to you to bring 6th grade up. We don't want to lose our electives. We want to keep it the way it is. We want to keep this train going. Anyway, so.
So what is the addition? When is that?
Don?
Dawn.
The addition at Eisenhower.
At Taylor's.
No,
Taylorsville.
Taylorsville High School.
You mean
Taylorsville High
Taylor,
School.
okay.
Yeah,
All right,
not
never
Eisenhower.
mind.
We're good. 9th grade goes up, we'll have the space for 6th graders.
So where are we at on that addition, Don?
Does he want over there?
Thank you,
You're charging my memory.
Gary. It was supposed to be 22.
Yeah, I think we're at that year 2022 plus, I believe. When we talked last, we added 7 years onto that because of the economic cycle. So we're probably closer to 2028 to 2030, all depending upon cost of the new construction and bonds that are coming in.
Would that have changed your vote at the Eisenhower Community Council? Knowing that that's going to be moved out another 7 years or?
We discussed that and they were talking about that and that is the vote that we have with that information. They knew that it had been postponed and that it was pushed out a little bit. And to Connie's answer, to her question, we have about 400 coming every year for 7th graders. So we have a little under 1,200 this year. We're about 1,200 the last since we got the students from Granite Park. So we're steady at 1,200. So we anticipate another 400 coming in if we bring 6th grade up. So.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matthew Graham. I'm the principal of Arcadia Elementary. The Arcadia Elementary Council voted unanimously in favor of K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12 grade reconfiguration, and would like it to take effect in the 21-22 school year. The Community Council held formal and informal meetings beginning October of 2019 to discuss reconfiguration. In March of 2020, the council voted unanimously to send a letter of interest regarding the study of grade reconfiguration to Superintendent Bates, as well as a letter to formally request that the survey regarding reconfiguration within the Taylorsville network begin. The pros for reconfiguration were that they have a clear vision and plan at Benyon Junior, and that will meet the needs of the 6th grade students. Fewer students at the elementary means more access to programs like PE, art, and others. 5th grade, more opportunities for leadership roles and a positive impact for K through 5 students. The only cons that really were expressed were that they were concerned over the space at Taylorsville High.
What about your numbers?
We're projected at 510 and we would be probably like at 450.
All right, any other questions for Matt? Matthew, sorry. All right, thank you.
Just a reminder, if you don't mind speaking into the microphones, I'm hearing concerns about not being able to hear at the back and it just doesn't work.
Good evening. My name is Jane McClure and I'm at Benyon Elementary School. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, so thank you for the opportunity. Like the other principals have mentioned, we have been discussing this reconfiguration for several years. I've been the principal there for 3 years and we've discussed that at our community council meetings. The community council voted unanimously in favor of the grade reconfiguration, moving 6th grade to the junior high setting and 9th grade to the high school. Some of the pros that the community council discussed were that all students would be inside the building. Right now, we currently have several relocatables, and so those students would have access to be inside the building. Again, it would removing those relocatables would allow more playground space for our students to play on. And then it also supports the curriculum bands of K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. And some of the concerns that they expressed were that lose really good, strong teachers in 6th grade. We hated to see those go if that happens. And then we also were concerned about the space at high school. All right, questions?
Your numbers.
We're about 650 now, and so it would move us up to about 560.
Is that with the addition of the new students coming in from Westbrook?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having us all. I am Cindy Dunn. I'm the principal at Calvin Smith. This was my 4th year there. And so I was there when reconfiguration talks started in January of 2018. And in November of 2018, the council voted to unanimously to send an intent letter to the superintendency that we would be interested in looking at reconfiguration. And then the Calvin Council felt it was super important to make sure our community had multiple opportunities to hear about reconfiguration and what that would mean for Calvin Smith. So we did this initial survey before Lighthouse survey went out to kind of fill what questions needed to be answered. And I think we did a really great job at parent-teacher conferences. There was a booth where they answered questions. So our community had a lot of opportunity to hear and get their answers to their questions, which was great. And then members of the Calvin Smith Community Council felt that the community supported reconfiguration at all levels. There were no new concerns after the Lighthouse survey. And so there was a unanimous vote in the affirmative to move forward with reconfiguration. And my extracurricular activities would be thrilled to have relo space. My lion dance team needs room to store all their stuff. So that would be a benefit to our school, as we could have some extra space for our multiple extracurricular things my teachers normally do.
All right,
Any
questions?
Numbers. Currently, we're about 720 to 750, so that would take us down to 650-ish, which would be a perfect, I think, ideal number for us to be at. So,
Cindy, just a thought. When you lose the grade, that doesn't change the numbers of teachers per grade that you have in the remaining grades. Is that right?
Right. My FTE for those grade levels would stay the same.
Teachers per grade level now, you'd still be 4 somewhat teachers per grade level.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. Have been principal at Fremont. This is on to my 3rd year. Overall support for a reconfiguration was pretty strong. We had 51% that supported reconfiguration, 29% opposed it, and 20% were neutral. So on February 27th, Community Council at Fremont voted unanimously in favor of grade reconfiguration, with 6th moving on to the junior high and 9th to the high school. The pros and cons. First to the pros. Students have access to middle school curriculum, programs, and other supports. Peer modeling in junior high that positively impacts 6th graders in many ways. At Fremont, we'd have the use of 2 rooms for STEAM-based learning, sensory room and pull-out room for grade presentations. On the cons, Parents expressed anxiety over their tweens in mature student groups and the increased pressure on sixth graders in new environs, the impact on sixth grade teachers and related issues. And lastly, reduced student enrollment at Fremont. We are currently, we closed at about 400, and that would bring us down to 348 or so.
All right, questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Melinda Cloward. I'm the principal at Plymouth Elementary School, and our community council voted unanimously to approve it with a 6-0 in favor of reconfiguration of moving the sixth graders to Benyon and Eisenhower and moving the ninth graders to Taylorsville. We feel like that we won't be affected, our learning environment at Plymouth Elementary, because we'll be able to keep the high expectations that we have for student learning. Our pros overall was we will be able to lose 3 relocatables and increase our playground area. We'll also be able to expand our learning space for our STEM program, and that we feel like the sixth graders' needs will be met better in the middle school and meeting their needs. And then areas of concern was finding placement for the sixth grade teachers at other schools and making sure they get a good fit for them. Any questions?
What's your numbers?
Currently, we are about 685 kids, and we will go down to probably about 580. But again, right now we have 6 classes out in the relocatables, and that would at least bring, we'd probably still have 2 out there, but it'd bring most of our kids back into the building.
Nicole, did you have a comment?
You've been through this before, where you were before.
Yes.
What were the biggest challenges, and how were they resolved as you went through that?
As we went through it when I was at the other school, I went the year before. I mean, I finished up as they were going. I just know one of the biggest things that I saw when I was at Roosevelt, because we're on a boundary with Salt Lake City and Granite, and so it's really hard when kids are at a middle school and they get kicked back into sixth grade into an elementary school. And so we found lots of problems with that because it was really hard for the kids to go backwards, and they felt like they were being treated as they refer to it, as babies going back to elementary school.
Any other comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. Dr. Bates, it's good to be with you tonight. I'm Andrea McMillan, principal of Taylorsville Elementary. I'm beginning my 4th year there, so I've been with them throughout this entire process. As you can see, our 9th grade to reconfigure up into the high school was in more favor than our 6th grade. That was more of a concern for our community in regards to their age and whether or not it would be an age-appropriate choice. Our council had a 5 in favor and 2 opposing vote. Our recommendation, though, is to the board to have 6th grade move over to our junior high, which would be Eisenhower, and 9th grade to the high school. A lot of the pros have already been expressed between the 2 communities already, in that it provides a lot more academic programs for our 6th and 9th grade. Taylorsville High School has a robust athletic department, and we would like to have our 9th grade, it's been expressed from families that they'd like to have their 9th grade students be able to be a part of that. Some of the concerns, again, like I said, the 6th grade, knowing if that was an age-appropriate move for them was a concern. And in our 2 opposing votes, which was a bigger message from our community, was just the concerns of the space at Taylorsville High School for the 9th grade. However, our council would like to go ahead and recommend that we do make the move from 6th grade to the junior high, simply because we don't want to lose the programming at Eisenhower if we don't move the 6th grade up. And we did discuss how Taylorsville Elementary has 3-year-olds at our school. We house preschool. So there is a bigger gap where we already are with 3-year-olds to 12-year-olds versus the 12-year-olds to maybe 14-year-olds. We are currently at about 460. So that would leave us approximately about 400. So we are one of the smaller schools in the Taylorsville network, and that would drop our enrollment. But like Dr. Bates said, that wouldn't change necessarily the teachers in K through 5. And we have excellent teachers in the 6th grade who would be able to move on to benefit other schools or choose to do other modalities here in Granite School District, such as coaching or something like that. We've got some excellent teachers. Also, we have relocatables that we are planning to sort of like what Cindy Dunn had proposed. We'll be using those if they're kept on our campus to do mindfulness courses. We are a Title I school. We'd like to use one of those as a food bank relocatable. We want to also promote a lot of help and resources to our parents, especially during this time when they're trying to learn how to do the internet and online learning. We're starting to use those relocatables that way right now, but it would be nice to have a little bit more space in our small building. Any questions for Taylorsville Elementary?
The numbers, thank you.
Perfect,
All right,
thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jared Broderick, principal at Truman Elementary School. I'm starting my 5th year there. So I was there and part of the whole process. Like has been said, we've been discussing this for a couple years now, and my council was pretty much in favor the whole time. We really wanted to see what our community felt, and so when we got the data from the parent survey, which is posted there. We met in March, and my council voted unanimously in favor of moving both 6th and 9th grade, having the reconfiguration 6th to the junior high and 9th to the high school. The only real concern that came up was that timeline for the Taylorsville High School remodel and the amount of time that it will take for that to occur. And so my council just wanted to make a note that if there's any way possible to move that up so that we can minimize the impact of that, to note that. But that was really the main concern that came up. I know you're going to ask about our numbers. So we are a small school. So we're sitting at, with our special classes, we're sitting at about 365. So we will be around 310. So.
How many classes is that per grade right now?
We have a couple of splits and then 2 per class in the other grades.
All right, any other questions?
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thanks, Jared. Welcome back, Julie.
Hey. At least maybe I'll do it better the second is what I thought. Julie Wilson, principal at Vista Elementary. This is actually my first year at Vista. So reporting for them, they did vote unanimously, all 9 voting yes for the reconfiguration. They had a 37% net support where they had 57 in favor and 23 that were opposed, or I'm sorry, 20 that were opposed. They had concerns or things that were at the very end, and it kind of matched was the 6th graders. But the cons were that there are 7 portables, relos on the property, and safety issues, just where they're located. And having all of them inside was one of their biggest. They thought that would have a big impact on it. They didn't see that it would change any of the other things that they were working on or doing in the school. They felt it would be good to have all of them back into the building itself. We have about 600, and we would be down to about 540. And there is preschool at the school also.
questions for Julie? All right, thank you.
I'm just going to speak for Westbrook really quick prior to Emmy coming back up here. With respect to their particular school, obviously Westbrook was closed this last spring. Their council did actually go through this whole process and was in favor of the grade reconfiguration. Obviously, some of those parents have gone over to Fox Hills and to Benyon Elementary as well. So we wanted to make sure that was part of the presentation, but we did not ask Krista Holt to be with us tonight, and so please excuse her because we didn't invite her, but I'm sure she would have loved to have come to board meeting, but we did not require that of her. So if there's questions about that, Emmy or I could speak to that as well.
So just to be clear, Fox Hills is part, that's, they will be a split feeder. They will go to Benyon and, is that Kearns Junior?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah.
Okay, before we turn the final time back over to Emmy, I'm going to invite Brandolyn to come up now and go ahead. She has a few minutes for participation. Resident, right here is fine. Oh, Emmy, you can stay there. We don't, come on. All right, Brandolyn, if you'll just, I think you've spoken here before, but if you'll state your name and your address, and we'll give you your 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Brandolyn Seaman. I live at 3093 Cisco Ridge Road in Taylorsville. I just graduated elementary after 12 years. So I have been through all of the schools in my kids. And I just want to let you know so that you know where I'm coming from. I've been PTA president. I've been on every PTA. I've been in every district community council, school community councils. I've worked at the elementary as an aide in the office. I've worked at the district in assessment with Rob. I've seen so many things. And when people talk to me about reconfiguration, and they do, I get so many parents talking to me. Really, the first question is, why has this not happened yet? And it's kind of hard to, we'd never had everyone on the same page, or it's just hasn't happened. And so my goal through all of this, I'm the community or the district rep right now, one of the two, but just to get everybody at least talking at the same time, not even necessarily for the same outcome, but so that we had good communication. And as has been mentioned, we had previous question answers sent out before surveys were done. Then Ben came and talked a couple different times, and we had surveys sent out so people could send in those questions ahead of time. And we just tried to get education and communication going the whole process. So as a parent and seeing the things that are going on in our district and the communities, the biggest reason for me as a parent individually, and I've kind of tried to stay out of this as I go to different councils, but for me, it's opportunity and individualized learning for each of my kids. I have a senior this year and a sophomore this year and a 7th grader, and they are all over the place as far as skills and strengths and challenges and weaknesses. And what I want most for all the kids in the network is to be able to have that individualized attention that they need and differentiation. I can see such a big difference when my kids get to that junior high level and they have a math teacher that will help them after school with math, and they have an English teacher, and they have a science teacher, but they still have those fun classes that they're so excited. My 7th grader started dance company camp this week, and it's the best thing in the world, and she doesn't care about math, but she's gonna dance, and that's what she's been excited for. The other one just passed her AP test with a 5, and we're like, yay, go on to high school. And they're just different, ready at different times, but they need that individual attention. Overall, as parents talk to me, there's really is strong support from the parents. Why has this not happened? What can we do? And I said, here's the meetings. I've worked really hard to try to get our whole network to be informed with whether it's emails or talking with principals, so that all the community council members know they can reach out to me. Everybody's kind of on the same page as timelines are going. So I didn't want anything of we didn't hear this was happening or we weren't included. We had actually, I don't know if it was mentioned on the slide, but we had a kind of a joint meeting beforehand of where's everybody at? How do we move forward? And how do we be cohesive and communicate and work together well. We don't want to cause any added contention or feelings and have our strong community. And as I've been at the high school for a couple years, it's so interesting to see them growing even more with the arts and the musicals and sports and any club that they want to be in there, and honor societies and things that just push them and kind of help them become who they are. And having the kids one grade behind, seeing those older kids are like, I want to be in this, I want to do this. And it's so exciting to see the opportunities that these kids can have if reconfiguration goes forward. And my goal, if it goes forward, is to continue to work with our community councils and the principals as we have 6th and 9th grade academies or this transition. The only feedback that I've gotten negative when people talk to me is, it's not even negative, it's I'm for it, but I'm just concerned about the transition, just because we haven't done it and we don't know what it looks like. And I can say, you know what, the high school's got a great counselor that's been through it, she can help us. We've got other principals that we can talk to. We're not the first ones reinventing the wheel. And I'm really confident that this is going to be so beneficial for our students and provide those opportunities. Right now, our junior highs are on different schedules, and there's different pros and cons to both of those. One of the things that is great for the 9th graders is to be able to participate in that GTI and get a head start on those things. And if they don't know what's happening, then they won't know what they need to do in those younger grades to get their schedules ready. So I think everybody being more cohesive and on track will just benefit each student no matter what school they're at, no matter what challenge or need. And some of these kids need more challenges. There's classes that those 9th graders need that they just can't get as a junior high. And that's detrimental also to their progression. So I've just, the one thing I wanted to talk about last really quickly is I've talked with lots of students about this. We are a busy house with lots of kids in my house of all different ages. And they want to reconfigure. My oldest is mad that he didn't get to be part of it. He's not sad that he will miss 9th graders moving up, but my 9th grader that's going to be a sophomore, I wish I could have done that last year. Once they see these things that they could do, they're just so excited about the possibilities and helping them kind of find themselves and learn. So I would just ask that you know how important it is to so many parents in the community that this goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, so we have invited Emmy back up, Taylorsville principal at Taylorsville High. Board, this is kind of our opportunity as an info item to see if there's any questions for the Taylorsville network before we move on to Kearns.
I just want to be really clear, and this might be for Dawn more. I mean, they said, you know, as a board, move up the remodel. Is that up to us? Can we move it up ahead of other schedules just because we're presented with a really, really crowded school here, if that's what happens?
You as a board do have liberties to adjust schools on the bond list. We would need to make sure that the appropriate votes are taken. I think it's supermajority votes in some circumstances to move that. You may see some time limitations based upon our bonded indebtedness and the ability to cash flow that. So it's possible with two caveats, I guess.
Just, thanks, Don. The board members, you'll remember that part of our long-range capital plan contemplates, this is what we've discussed for a number of years, contemplates that as bond indebtedness goes down, that then debt service levy will be transitioned over to the capital levy, which means we'll need to go through truth and taxation really every year, beginning when that starts. Well, that starts this coming spring. And so I'd anticipate that this coming spring, as we discuss with you the move of that levy from debt service to capital outlay, that we would give you an update on exactly where construction is, where the list is, how far things have been pushed out, what things we've been able to pull back into place. And so be looking for a presentation on that. I'm thinking the spring's not that far away, but early Can you believe that? Probably January, February, March, we'll start talking to you specifically about where things are, where different construction projects are in the process, and that would be a real good time to update that and to move things around if that's something that all of you as a body chose to do.
All right. Other questions?
So I guess along with that, Emmy, what, in the meantime, what is our potential for being able to handle those extra students in the hallways? We talked about the reloads, but what about, I know that's a huge concern because you've got the upper floors that are very small.
Narrow.
And so you have just one main hallway. I know some students there, what they do now is even go out of the building in order to be able to get to classes and such. Is there different things that you guys have talked about? How would you envision handling that?
Okay. I think it's important to note that in past history, Taylorsville High School has been at a capacity of 2,400 plus students. This was far before my time, but they did have a number of students. And at that time, they had, I believe, planter boxes down the main hall with some trees that grew out of those boxes. Maybe people, I don't know if anyone on the board has been at Taylorsville that long ago, but there was a number of things that were done. And so then they cleared the halls to create more space. And this was with 2,400 students, in the building. We do have a concern of movement and of flow of traffic, but we have the opportunity for students to, like you mentioned, some of the students do travel to class, like they go out of our west side doors and go from one hall to the other. And that hasn't been a problem at all in the past. We do have, we have some halls that are rarely traveled, like on the south end of our building. And we may have to change some travel patterns as we prepare for our students to come back with COVID. We certainly are changing travel patterns. So with bringing in the 9th grade, that'll be an easy change as we look at travel patterns and how to best help our students, move through the building.
Okay.
Is it a concern? Yes. Is it going to be a full house? Yes. But I'm confident with the help of Dawn and with Steve Hogan that we will find a way to best serve the students of the Taylorsville High School network and community and take care of grades 9 through 12.
So you feel confident that if we moved them before that addition, you feel confident that Taylorsville can make that work?
Yes, I think the benefits outweigh the negative aspects of it.
Now, I know that especially this year, you started locking some of those west side doors. I know we've talked about access to those, how the kids get in and out of there. What has been discussed with that as far as that goes?
Okay. Last year, we did lock some of the FG, H, and I, the doors on the west side of our school. This year with COVID, because of touch points and moving kids and directional flows of traffic, we are opening those doors. We will have trackers that will be in between hallway breaks out there. I do have someone who patrols the parking lot. We're going to take a greater attention at those points because we certainly want everyone to feel safe. Even with those doors locked, during class change time, once the students goes out, it just creates like a constant flow. So some are going and some are coming. And so during break times, those doors are used frequently. When those doors are locked is during, they're locked and they're shut during class time so that people who come up to the building and they don't have a card, they can't just walk into our building. And at that time, students are inside the classroom. That created students had to start traveling to the restroom if they had the hall pass, and they had to stay in the building because they figured out really quickly that if they left the building, they didn't have a way to get back in. So we were directing all of our traffic through one door that had cameras for security. So this would, as far as the doors being locked during class change time, those doors kind of just become a revolving doors as students come and go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
I'm smiling behind this mask.
I know. I think we all are. We just can't see it. So.
Yeah. So
we
thank you.
appreciate your
Thank you
work.
for your vote of confidence. I think as you saw through our presentation, every school in the network is in favor to varying degrees. Will it be a challenge? Yes. But are we ready for it? Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now our last info item, we're going to have the Kearns Network reconfiguration. So we'll have, let's see, Scott, are you here? There you are. Have Scott Bell come up.
Board members, this is kind of interesting because it's called we're calling it the Kearns Network reconfiguration, though Kearns High has already reconfigured. And so we're really talking about the 6th grades. It's, as you'll recall, in the Cottonwood Network, Granite Park and Bonneville did it separately. In the Kearns Network, while Jefferson and Kearns Junior had a number of opportunities to split that and do these separately, my understanding is the consensus throughout was, you know what, let's keep it together rather than having this be 2 separate things. Let's have it be one thing. And so I'll be intrigued by the presentation this evening. Scott, please.
Great. My name is Scott Bell. I've been principal going into my 5th year at Kearns Junior High. I've been part of this process from the beginning as we've started to have this discussion in our network. The timeline of how we followed the requirements is that we had the informal discussion, reconfiguration, and process that started back in 2018 as well, with those discussions in our community councils. The information meeting was in September of 2019, September 18th, and our vision statements were submitted on January 30th, 2020, and the survey conducted by Lighthouse Research Company, again a third party, that was done in February of this year, 2020, and then the survey results meeting was on April 13th, 2020. School Community Council voting with publicized meetings and notice given was in April through June of 2020 for our network. That's the timeline for all of the schools in the network. At Kearns Junior High, our community, we have 7 community council members. It was a unanimous vote for reconfiguration for Kearns Junior High. On a survey of 27 of our 32 staff responded, 27 of our 32 staff responded to our survey and were in favor of reconfiguration. Pros for Kearns Junior High was increased access for 6th grade students to curriculum and programs. These programs including band, orchestra, choir, Spanish, etc. Increased FTE to improve KJH elective offerings as well. In my time at Kearns Junior High, when I started there, our enrollment was at around 550, 548, and had dropped down to as low as 510. We're now expecting to be around 600. We have had an increase, but still is small for a junior high. That then creates a situation where some of my electives, for example, at Kearns this year, art, Spanish, and art and Spanish will both be part-time. We had a part-time music teacher. This year we've been able to get that to full-time by some creativity. And so it's good. It's good with it being half-time, that's hard to keep good teachers for a long period of time. They're going to want a full-time position. And so that being able to add 6th grade allows us to bolster those programs for our students in our community. Developmentally, 6th grade students are more aligned with 7th and 8th grade students. Some of the concerns that came up were with our, actually I wrote ELP, but it's DLI, the students with a Spanish immersion. There were some concerns from some of the elementary schools that feed into us of the fact that when they're in elementary, it's a full half day of their curriculum that they're having in Spanish. In junior high, it goes to the Spanish, plus you can also have the Spanish culture class. We plan to address that. We do plan to work to have one of the core classes in Spanish as well to be able to increase that Spanish time. That's one of our plans to do in our year of preparation and planning. 6th grade students, another concern that came up as we met with elementary schools. I also visited some of the community councils of the elementaries that feed into us. And some of the concerns that I had heard from that process were also 6th grade students in the middle school environment. Some of those concerns, what we plan to do address that is keep in mind our school with an enrollment of 600, we have some empty classrooms, some space that we'll be able to strategize, and our goal is to have our 6th grade as 6th grade, 7th and 8th grade wings so that we can help to keep those cohorts together more that are grade specific to help with that, as well as use this time in this coming year to prepare our staff and our teachers in being mindful of those developmental differences and help our school be prepared for sixth grade students to help them transition into the middle school.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Sorry, before you leave. So with the DLI, I know that's a big concern also with Taylorsville Network. When you have the additional class taught in Spanish, is it considered the same qualifications for DLI? Do you have to have somebody who is a native speaker as well as certified in math, whatever it is that you decide to do with the DLI? Is that a same concern? And how are you going to be able to find a teacher that's qualified in order to do that?
And I'll be honest, I'm not as familiar with the junior high requirements DLI. That'll be something I'll be learning in the coming year, provided that's where we go with this. However, my understanding, I've had my students, my kids have gone through that process in where we live, or at least in part of the dual immersion program. And I know that what the program has required was to have the Spanish and then also the Spanish culture class. If we add that additional class, I don't think that would fall under the DLI plan. Okay. It's just that would be our effort to increase or bolster the Spanish opportunities for that cohort.
Okay.
Any other concerns, questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Hang around, you can come back in a minute.
Good evening. Rod Horton, Jefferson Junior High. So our community council met in May. There were 7 of the community council that were opposed or against reconfiguration, and 1 was absent. Now, the prior discussions on this topic throughout this year, the community council was supportive of the Granite Board of Education deciding the junior high configuration which they deem is best throughout the district, including the Kearns network. We feel the council feels the board has the knowledge, experience, and perspective needed to make the best decision for the district. Again, with that opposition vote, these were the rationale for, again, against it. The council felt the survey data was not conclusive enough to warrant configuration. The council has not heard a compelling academic rationale shared to support reconfiguration. The council was concerned regarding the lack of support for reconfiguration from some of the feeder elementary schools. The council was concerned pushing this agenda item on our community will cause more parents and students to go to other schools. The council believes the current school configuration creates a very supportive educational environment for 7th and 8th grade students. And then you're going to ask about enrollment, and I put it down. Current enrollment at Jefferson is approximately 710 students. Enrollment of 6th grade would increase enrollment to approximately 1,050. The council has stated if the board decides to move 6th grade students to the junior high, the school will happily welcome these students, work to meet their needs, and do everything possible to help them feel safe and comfortable at Jefferson. Questions?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, did they get the same survey as the Kearns? The survey is not on here.
Yes.
So did they get the exact same one?
Yes, it was for our whole network.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And what were your results in that survey as far as your community?
It was pretty split. I wasn't strong in favor or opposed. But again, our junior high did not vote. It was just our feeder elementaries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just for clarification purposes, when they do the survey, they survey families who are going to be impacted by the reconfiguration. So if you look at 7th and 8th grade, depending on the time of year, 8th grade families would never be, but 7th grade potentially could be, and if they have younger siblings, they could be in the pool as well.
Okay. With an enrollment of 710, do you feel like do you have any of those problems as far as like a part-time in order to fulfill those singletons? What challenges are?
No, good question. Not to the same extent that Kearns Junior. So when you start to hit 600 students, 550, you start to hurt your electives. 700 is a pretty good number for two grades.
Okay.
Anything more than that just helps with your electives and your opportunities for kids.
Okay, so you guys feel like you're in a good place?
We do.
And then as far, I know this might come up also with some of the elementaries as they come up, but what are your, when we talk about split feeders, is this going to, if Kearns were to move and you guys were not, do we have split feeders amongst you two?
Not between the two of us. We share Silver Hills with Kennedy Junior High.
With
So
Kennedy?
yeah.
Okay, so if Kennedy were to move and you did not, that would be an issue there. Okay.
You'll remember, Board, to that point, we opened a placeholder for the Silver Hills reconfiguration to address, I want to say 25 sixth graders or something like that. Steve, is that? But a handful of sixth graders to address that, depending on how that proceeds.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Becky Monson, the principal at Bacchus Elementary. As you can see from the data, our survey results were a negative 3%, which, if I did my math right, that was like 2 people voting out of the 68 that were sampled from our school. So as a council, we felt very much like it was a pretty even survey results. There wasn't a strong opposed or a strong in favor. So we have met over the last couple of years as a community council to discuss reconfiguration and participated in all the information meetings, have held them at our school as well. In the end, we took a vote in May of 2020. The results of our vote were 5 in favor and 2 opposed for reconfiguration. Some of our pros, again, a lot of these are things that you've already heard from other people, but very much feel like the core is written for 6 through 8. And as much as our 6th grade teachers are trying their best to provide the specialized instruction that 6th grade core requires, they really struggle to do that given our service pattern. So we feel like it would definitely be a benefit for those 6th grade students to have a specialized teacher. We also see that in a school like ours with a single administrator and very limited psychologist and social worker time, we feel like the junior high provides more support services for students than we can in our elementary right now. We also feel that it provides them with extra elective and extracurricular activities. We don't have a lot that we can offer at our school, so we feel like it's a great opportunity for our 6th graders. Then we also had a concern, and we wanted to keep our Kearns network united and not have a split. And knowing that it was strongly going forward for Kearns Junior, we really felt like it would be important for us to try to keep our network and our neighborhood and community united. Some of the concerns, again, wasn't really strong one way or the other, so they kind of felt caught in the middle, not exactly sure how to represent the community this best. Always there's the concern about some of our 6th grade students, and are we putting them in a situation where it will be more difficult for them. And then we also had some concerns because we don't know what transition will look like to Jefferson. So as a part of that, our community council members, many of them, 3 of them actually, have students who are part of transitioning. They will be in 6th grade this year, but they are very committed to being a part of Jefferson if this goes forward and helping them make an appropriate transition plan and be involved in that, as well as our other community council members feel very strongly that we as a Bacchus Community Council are committed to working with the junior high to figure out how do we best prepare those students to enter at a younger age. Numbers?
Numbers.
We are projected at 415. And we currently have about 60 6th graders, so we would drop down to 350. Okay.
Is the feeling from your community with so many that were negative, is most of it just that they're not sure what this will look like? Or is there, from the community at large, why was that negative number? Do you get the feel, why was that negative?
I think it's pretty split between some of the things we've discussed. Again, a lot of it has to do with parents feeling like elementary is a safe place and not wanting to send their children to a junior high setting earlier than they need to. We have had some discussions about some parents maybe not realizing exactly what is going on in elementary schools, that it is not the same place that perhaps they grew up in, and that what their students are exposed to in elementary is maybe shocking to some of them.
Have you had an opportunity to meet, like as a Jefferson Council together and be able to have them ask some of these questions, or has that not been an opportunity yet?
We haven't had that opportunity yet.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm Carly Payton. I'm the principal at Beehive Elementary. I've been there for the last year and a half, and since I've been there, we have held both formal and informal meetings. During these meetings, we've discussed the survey results, which you can see at the bottom where it talked about the community stakeholder. 45% of our network or our community was in favor, 35% were opposed, which is a plus 10% in that. We've also held a digital meeting with Ben to do a Q&A with my council because they had quite a few questions. During that time, we've also talked to other junior high administrators that have gone through the reconfiguration to address some of the concerns that my council had as well. And all of those meetings have led to continual discussions. And so we met in July and we voted in favor of moving forward with the 6th grade reconfiguration. And it was 3 in favor and 2 opposed. And you can see that we do have a vacancy on our community council, which is why there's 5. And our community council, it's a unique because our 3 parents on there, they have students that will be impacted by the 6th grade reconfiguration. They are going to be 5th graders this upcoming year. And so this will impact them. And so I know that they, in regards to their concerns, some of them we had voted after Jefferson had voted, and so they were concerned over Jefferson's opposition to it. And then just the social and emotional support that their students would be receiving. So they felt that if we do move forward, that they would love to be involved in those meetings with Jefferson on how it will look and go as far as the transition. Any questions?
Numbers. I can predict this.
We are right around 540, and we have about 90 5th graders, so we would drop to about 430.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Millicent Fogarty, principal at Jim Bridger Elementary. It is warmer up here than it is back there. Just want you to know. I had to move.
It's even hotter up here. So.
I'm sure it is. I've been at Jim Bridger several years. I'm not going to say how many because I really want to stay there. At first, we talked a lot about the social, emotional part of moving 6th graders, and parents were nervous and I don't know, are they ready to go? But then when we started discussing the curriculum benefits and the class opportunities benefits, parents on our community council kind of turned the corner on, oh, the benefits outweigh the cons. So our survey was quite positive. I think it was a 0.17, I can't see. Sorry, I don't have any glasses. Jim Bridger Elementary Council met on June 2nd to discuss reconfiguration. All votes were pro, except 1 vote against. Survey results from community were very positive, 32 opposed, 19 undecided, and 49% for reconfiguration. Pros, more class options would be available for all students if 6th graders transferred to the junior high. I had a parent that has junior high students, and she noticed at Jefferson that there were a limited number of classes available to her students at the junior high level. There'd be specialized indoors teachers for math, science, et cetera, at the junior high level. 6th grade curriculum is designed for a junior high setting with specialized instruction. And the only con is the 6th graders socially ready to attend. I was also concerned about our school size, but after looking at the pros, I understand that the pros far outweigh, losing our sixth graders. So currently we are about 470, 460, so we'd be down around 400 students.
All right, questions?
Your feet are into Jefferson, right?
Yes.
Make sure we know that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andy Carbaugh, the principal at Diamond Ridge. I have only been the principal at Diamond Ridge for about a month now, so I'm coming to you with a new understanding, hopefully not too limited understanding. As you can see from our numbers there, our school community council, the community vote was not in favor of reconfiguration at this time. We've had, my understanding is, a number of formal and informal meetings over the last couple of years to discuss this. Secondary administrators as well as district personnel have been involved with some of those meetings. The overall consensus, the general consensus in our school community council was that the sixth graders aren't ready for junior high yet. The vote was held in April of this year. There was the numbers aren't on here, but my new understanding is that there were 5 opposed and 1 in favor of reconfiguration within our community council. You can see that there's a net, I guess, negative 15% there from the results of our survey. 54% were opposed, 29% in favor of reconfiguration within our Diamond Ridge community. We currently have, we're projected at 740 kids for this coming school year, with 80 to 100 in our 5th grade going into 6th next year. So that's, I think, holds pretty consistent from year to year at Diamond Ridge.
What were the concerns?
I think I have had the opportunity to talk to community council members on a couple of different issues over this last month. I think the main 2 concerns were atmosphere at a junior high for the 6th grade students. And then we are a dual language school, French dual immersion. So, that extra year there, 6th grade, having that extra year for the dual language instruction, I think was another concern that parents had as far as moving the 6th graders out to a junior high school.
Do your dual language French speakers go to Jefferson?
Yes.
Okay, so Jefferson does handle both. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Andy.
Yep.
Good evening, and I noticed somebody missed the halftime stretch for all of you and us in the audience. It felt good to walk up here. So maybe refresh a little. A lot of the things are very similar that I have to say. I'm Terry Daines. I'm the principal of Fox Hills Elementary. We are a school of 750 students. If we reconfigure, that will drop us to 650 students. Our community council has met over the past, I've been the principal there for 4 years, and we have been in discussion over 2 years. I think a year ago, I know Nicole has been a part of many of our meetings, so I don't expect any questions from her, but I'm willing to answer them anyway. Anyway, so I would say about a year ago, the entire community council was on board for reconfiguration. And I think the process of giving us time was very beneficial. I also know that our community council let out to take the initiative to invite other schools in our network for that discussion. I know individual discussions were going on, but we pulled together and met together and moved forward together. So The reasons, like I said, you've pretty much heard all of them. Our community council, feels like it's a better setting for sixth grade students with more academic opportunities, more extracurricular activities, and more services, with your social workers and psychologists and administrations, as well as sixth grade curriculum is written for 6 through 8. The concerns for our community counselor, which were very valid, is we house the ALC program, which is the gifted program, and that if we moved forward, what would happen to those ALC students who attend, about 6 or 7 different junior highs, and if those junior highs didn't move, that would be a real problem for us. Our community council as well have been watching like a hawk of what Taylorsville Network will do, because that will probably have the biggest impact on us. We want to move forward when they move forward, because a lot of our, junior highs come out of the Taylorsville Network, but also a lot of our ALC students choose to special permit to Benyon. We have a new reason as well of why to move up with Taylorsville is we just became a split feeder school with Westbrook coming to us. So it would alleviate a lot of problems if we continued forward with another network. It's just more beneficial to our ALC school, the more people that move forward. Let's see. From our survey results, we had 49% in favor, 27% opposed, with a net support of plus 22%. So our community council feels like we are in the pulse of our patrons, and that we did a very good job in discussion. I didn't mention one of my personal drawbacks is we have a powerhouse 6th grade team. The 6th grade students will be missed. They add a lot to our school, and there will be a hole. But we do feel that in the event that, at least half the district has moved in that direction, that is the future, and the writing is on the wall, as well as we know that our students will not be served as well at Kearns Junior with the low enrollment that they have there. Okay, Nicole, any questions?
I'm good.
All right.
Anybody else?
This is a miracle.
All right.
Right, like we primed her she came to our meeting. Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. She comes in.
All right. Brian Matucci, principal at Gorley, and I didn't put my pros and cons here because they were shared with the Kennedy network already, so I will just go through the data. I promise it isn't some electric.
That happened before.
I know. My positive ions are. There we go.
All right.
All right. So overall, our Kearns network survey showed a little bit less than our Kennedy, but still in favor of a positive 11% for reconfiguration. Again, we held our vote. Our council is representative of both networks. The only thing I can add for Kearns network is that they're very impressed with how Kearns is preparing for the students and the programs that they have. And again, if we compare population, Gorley currently has a larger population than what Kearns Junior has. And so having some of our students move there alleviates some of the burden on our support staff, and then also offers the FTE increase for extracurricular that in their AVID program. Our council was just really impressed with Principal Bell and how he addressed our community and how he's really preparing for the students to come to Kearns Junior. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Silver Hills. We have them. Ben.
I'm Sharon Sonnenreich, and I would just like to say ditto to what she discussed before. I'd like to point out 2 points with respect. You can see the small, on the previous one, she's a split feeder to two different junior highs. So actually on one survey, she had a smaller population than on this particular segment. So you can see her plus her net support is 46%. So overall, her school is very supportive with respect to that. And so they've been involved with this discussion for an extended period of time. I would like to make mention to the notion that was brought up before and just reiterate that fact that even though she would drop below 400 students, she's just losing those grade level teachers. And as we look at small schools as a population analysis committee, we're looking at grade level amounts of teachers, not overall population.
All right, thank you. South Kearns.
Hello, I'm Debbie Koji. I'm principal at South Kearns Elementary School. I've been at this school for 4 years, and this has been a conversation that's been ongoing at our school the entire time. Our community was really interested in this move, kind of hoping it would happen with the boundary change that we were already experiencing, which would have made it really nice and clean. But even after that, we voted on April 17th, and they were all in favor, 6-0, to make the move. I do think it's important to note that we made this decision based on projections that were given to us on the boundary. And on the boundary change, we were projected to be over 500 or around 500. That has not come to fruition. We are currently at about 385 students. So we were really kind of disheartened a little bit because that's going to cause us to drop down real low again and be looking at split classes in many, many grades. This reconfiguration will once again pull more kids out of our school, and it'll take us probably down to the low 300s. So we'll be well under 400 students. If you look at our actual numbers, we look at about 445 right now, but 45 of those kids are unit students currently. And we'll see what transpires. We have been providing to keep 2 classes per grade level through our school improvement grant, but that ends funding this year. So that will have an impact again on this school. And we have a beautiful brick new school, but we'll have a lot of space. But overall, really, our community was really in favor completely to move. They just feel like the decision to move needed to happen. The kids were ready to move. Many of them have kids in those ages and felt like it's time that they needed to move over. Kind of what you heard from the parent patron, same thing. They were saying, you know, why are we not doing this now? Let's get it done, and then we'll work out the problems after. So, questions?
Which junior high?
They would go to Kearns Junior High School.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
West Kearns.
Good evening. My name is Katie Timothy, and I'm the principal of West Kearns Elementary. We had 37% of our community that opposed reconfiguration in our survey results and 42% that were in favor of reconfiguration for 5% net support. So ultimately, and after much discussion over the 2 years that I have been there, our community council did oppose reconfiguration. While we did oppose reconfiguration, we did want to share with you that we do feel like there are several positives with reconfiguration. And those have been shared with you already, but they are that there are more electives and student choice in their own education as students move into the secondary setting. The curriculum is set up for 6th to 8th graders, and we did feel very confident in Scott Bell as the administrator leading that charge. He's come to our community council meetings and made us feel very comfortable about that change and has looked into accommodating for our dual immersion program to come to Kearns Junior. The cons we felt were outweighing the pros, however. So moving from 1 to multiple teachers is a big jump for our 6th grade students. We're concerned about them not having that relationship that they do in the elementary school with that one teacher that gets to know them so well. Our students will also receive less time per day in our Spanish dual immersion program when they move to secondary. And just that there are some unknowns with our 6th grade teachers currently in the elementary schools that would be reconfiguring. and you're going to ask about numbers. So we are currently projected for 655, and this would take us down to about 555.
All right. Thanks, Katie. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Lovell, Western Hills Elementary Principal. I'm happy to be here tonight. So Western Hills Elementary School's data is pretty straightforward, cut and dry. We had a 50% positive towards reconfiguration, 37 against, with a net of 13% positive. Our school community council met and voted in April of this year unanimously 7-0 to move up to the junior high for the following reasons. Their first reason was that they wanted to follow what the community survey presented. Second, as has already been said, there's additional classes, opportunities, extracurricular events that the students can have at the junior high. And then third, as has already been noted, that the Common Core is built for K-5, 6, 8 strands, and so they felt like they'd get a better education academically that way. And overall, they felt, so our big risk is we are a small school. We have 340 students. If we lose 6th grade, we'll go down to 290. And that was the main concern for them. They addressed briefly some of the other concerns that have been brought up, but they were worried about size. But overall, they felt that the benefits outweighed the risks. So, any questions?
What feeder network are you?
Kearns Junior.
Kearns. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
So with respect to that, I'm just going to summarize for you because you've heard a lot of schools tonight. I don't want you to mix up things because I had to write it all down so I could remember and keep it straight. You have 3 schools that have voted against out of the total 12, so that gives you a 75% supermajority of the entire network. But you can see 2 of those schools are in the Jefferson feeder, including Jefferson, and one of those, which we just heard from, is in the Kearns network. So with that.
Board members, any other questions for regarding the Kearns network from Kearns Junior High Principal Scott Bell? Nicole?
Sorry. So it sounds like you were able to meet with your feeder elementary schools. Do you feel like you were able to address the needs of the DLI, especially because it seems like that's what one of the big hangups was? Do you feel like you've been able to address that with those communities, and have they been satisfied as far as that?
I think that's a great question. I think we're in the process of addressing that, and I think that they are. I think the sense I get is that they're happy with the plans that we're putting into place. They're not fully done, so it's in the process, but I think we're on the right track.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Connie?
I just would like to make a comment as we contemplate that the quality of principals at these 2 junior highs and at our elementaries are very amazing. And I think our 2 junior high principals are extremely competent to handle challenges. So.
Thanks, Connie.
All right. Indeed. I think we all agree that we have some, well, I know some of our principals have left, but we have a lot of powerhouse principals, and to whom we are just really grateful for. So, all right. Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, the next agenda item is an action item regarding our COVID-19 secondary school service pattern. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page of how we're going to proceed. John is going to come up and give us our presentation. Immediately following his presentation, we are going to hear from our 2 resident participants who have signed up, and that is Meg Thunnell and Natalie Larson. And are you here? Raise your. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Meg will go first, followed by Natalie, and we'll give you. I think Stacy will set the timer for 3 minutes. And then we'll proceed from there. All right. Go ahead, John.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Education and the Superintendency. I've been asked to talk to you about our secondary service pattern. Last board meeting on the 14th, we discussed the elementary service pattern. And so if you'll go ahead and move to the next slide, Ben. So as you can recall, we've talked about this several times now that we have currently we have 3 attendance plans. We have the regular schedule, which is the traditional schedule where students in the elementary school would attend Monday through Friday, and our secondary students would attend on the A and B schedule that's been approved by the board. Then we have a dismissal schedule that would be implemented in the event that we needed to go to distance learning again. That could either be done by a school or it could be done district-wide. And then we have the modified schedule, which we have discussed as well, which Monday through Thursday students would attend, in the secondary schools. It'd either be a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, with Friday being a distance learning day. And then students would be divided alphabetically by network to determine which students would attend Monday, Wednesdays, and which students would attend Tuesday, Thursdays. And then Fridays would be distance learning days. I do want to point out on the modified schedule, one of the challenges that it poses for secondary students, however, that we have heard from a number of teachers. What makes that somewhat different in the secondary schools compared to our elementary schools is that on that schedule, teachers would only be seeing their students once a week because they'd either be going, on an A day or a B day. So the teachers would not see their students twice. If you say, well, they're going to be seeing them twice, no, they only see their A students once and their B students once, and they wouldn't see them both. And then Fridays are distance learning. All schedules share a component of distance learning, of course, and that's a challenge that there are certain things that we would need to work through with regards to that as well. So we talked about, can you go ahead and move to the next slide, that with the distance learning, these are the challenges, and we're providing professional development, we're providing the resources and tools, but then access for all students can be a challenge, especially with regards to Wi-Fi and whether or not students have the ability to access our Wi-Fi. And then planning time for teachers. Planning time for teachers is what we've been looking to try to address, and that's why we visited in the elementary schools. If we go to the next slide. Like we previously discussed, that we could try to designate teachers either as distance learning teachers or face-to-face teachers, depending on the requests that their parents make and the options that they would prefer. We did that because we do recognize that teaching both modalities is a significant challenge for our teaching force. Teachers will, obviously in the elementary model, teachers will need to be prepared to use both modalities if we need to move to the dismissal schedule or the modified schedule. But we do believe that once we get the request in, which we're still working on, we haven't got all the requests in, but once we do, we'll be able to try to designate some teachers as face-to-face teachers and some as distance learning teachers. With regard to this conversation that we had on the 14th, right at the tail end of that meeting, if you recall, there was a comment that was made, which is accurate, that we tried to address this need in the elementary level, but we haven't been able to address it. The need, when I say the need of how you teach in both modalities, and as a teacher, and manage the workload. So at the tail end of that meeting, you tasked us with coming up with a proposal, perhaps that we could work with the secondary teachers on and giving them perhaps more time. And so with that, what we've come up with is we'd like to present to you today is that we would, for your consideration, we'd like to have teachers continue to teach using both modalities, face-to-face instruction and distance learning, Monday through Thursdays. However, on Fridays, what we would like to propose is that that be 100% a distance learning day. And then, so we don't want to give anybody the impressions that that's a day off, because it's not. It would still be an instructional day. It would just be 100% distance learning. And then the high schools, what we would do is we would move the late start time, which has been designated for PLCs. We would move that to the Fridays to mirror what we do in the junior highs. And so the additional time on Fridays without students in the building would be used for distance learning and collaboration, which typically takes place with PLCs, interventions, extensions, and planning. And then with the modified or dismissal schedule, it's if we needed to utilize either of those, then we would remain the same as previously discussed. So, yes.
John, how can teachers be involved in 100% distance learning on Fridays and somehow also be involved in collaboration, interventions, and extensions and planning? They can't be doing two things at the same time.
Actually, it would be the same as what they're doing when they're doing the face-to-face instruction and the distance learning in some regards, because with that plan, Monday through Thursday, it's not that the teachers would necessarily be live presenting to the distance learning teachers. Oftentimes, the students, oftentimes what they do is they put their lessons on Canvas, and distance learning students would then access that at their convenience. So it's not always that during a student that's doing distance learning, second period on a day is following the same class that the face-to-face students are.
So then do the face-to-face students have Friday off if they've already had that lesson?
Perhaps if they've worked ahead and it's in Canvas, that could be a possibility, but that could be true for our students that are accessing it Monday through Thursday too, because they could always, if the teacher already has the lesson in there in Canvas, they could always access that and do it ahead of time if they wanted to. So it all depends on how the teacher sets it up in their Canvas class and then when students access it.
Okay, any other questions?
Just to clarify, I think, because Todd asked, how can they be doing that? That means that the time that they have already been given for, like what you're using for late starter, for early out, will be used for still some of that stuff that they're talking about. And then in addition, the time that you would be teaching class would be for the online learning component, correct? Is that
Yes,
what you're saying?
they could do that. And then the other question that we get is, could there perhaps be the opportunity for interventions to take place, or extensions if need be, for small groups of students on that day if the teacher, for example, we may have students that are on IEPs or on 504 plans where teachers want to work with them in a smaller group on a Friday, and they could do so.
And that's okay for students to come into the building that Friday in the, whatever that looks like?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
John, you mentioned on a previous slide, sheet 4, that in the elementaries, there would be an attempt to designate teachers as face-to-face or distance learning. And it says based upon student parent requests that are due this Friday. What if a certain grade only has 6 students that elect to do online?
That's a great question, and we're going to work through that as we get the numbers in. It'll be, what we're proposing to have happen is once they get all their numbers in, which will probably be, they're due on Thursday, but chances are they won't have them all in until the first part of next week, because any that we haven't received, we're going to have to call and follow up on. But once we get those numbers in, the principals will sit down with their faculties, just like they do with their FTE allocations, and make determinations as to how to best make that work on a case-by-case situation.
So
some might do a split, for example. That might be a possibility.
How would you, I don't understand how you would do a split if you only had 6 students who wanted to take online and you had say you have 3 classes of 3rd grade and only 6 students want to take online. I don't understand
So
how
let's
you
just
can
say- let's just-
designate an FTE or someone as a distance learning
So
teacher.
what you might have to do is kind of what they do right now when, let's just say that you have, then you sit down to do your FTE and you may have a large number of 3rd graders and a small number of 4th graders, and you're saying to yourself, how can we make this work? Do we have to do a 3rd, 4th grade split? And sometimes they look at doing that. So with the distance learning class, you may have to take a combination of more than one grade and combine that and have one distance learning teacher that's teaching more than one grade. Now that could be one option. Another option could be you could have somebody on that team say, I don't want to do that. I would prefer to teach some students face-to-face and some students distance learning. And then what we would do is provide them more planning time, just like we were looking to do for the secondary, but it would be built in through the schedule, not releasing students on a Friday.
So on this secondary plan, John, have we discussed that with GEA and?
Yes, we have.
And what was their response?
From the conversations that I've had with them, they think it's the best solution that's out there, and they think that teachers would be in favor of it. Now, I say that, and there are probably some secondary teachers that want what the elementaries are getting, and we have some elementary teachers that want what the secondaries might be getting.
Yeah.
So.
And I'd like to move that.
Well, just a minute.
Wait a minute,
We've
hold
got to let, just a minute, I haven't forgotten your names.
Oh, we got.
Meg and Natalie, speak before, and then I'll go to a motion.
Are you through with the presentation? I am through with the presentation, unless you have any further
All
questions.
right, let's
from us, I'll stay
invite
here.
Meg, if you can come up first, and make sure to state your name and address, and then Stacy over here is going to set the timer for 3 minutes, I believe. Oh, it won't go. Okay, I'll set
talk
my
really
phone.
fast.
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Meg Tennell. My address is 1880 East South Woodside Drive. I am the chair of the Crestview Community Council, and I'm also the parent of a high schooler, a junior high student, 2 elementary school students, and a pre-K student. I have children on an IEP on 504s and who have tested into the GT program, and I have kids that are athletes and kids that are theater nerds. I have a son who is a minority. Because of the varied experiences that my children face, I'm extremely passionate about the success of our district and the schools in it. And I'm actively involved in community councils and PTAs at my schools. I'm here tonight primarily for my elementary school. Moving the secondary schools, but not the elementary schools, to a 4-day schedule is incredibly unfair to early childhood educators. Even in a normal school year, elementary teachers have roughly half the weekly planning time of secondary teachers while teaching more subjects. Giving the secondary teachers Fridays off adds almost 6 hours, and although some of it will be used for instruction, some of it can be used for planning. While the elementary school teachers are losing time based on cleaning protocols, at our elementary school we have to start dismissing 10 minutes early just to get the kids out of the school within the social distancing guidelines. Recesses are changing. They're losing a lot of planning time across the board. In addition to that, regardless, the district has stated that they expect students to be, or teachers to be ready to transfer to online as soon as overnight based on health department guidance. So teachers have to be up to date on their curriculum that they could move online instantaneously. Combined with the guidelines that prohibit group work and limit one-on-one instruction, teachers will need time to catch up their students. Additionally, the issue that you talked about with having only 6 students in one grade, we have only 18 students at my school signed up for online in 3rd through 6th grade, which means our 5th graders could have as many as 45 students in the class, depending on which grade our principal decides to pull that split from. And the teacher will be teaching 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade with less than 2 weeks to prepare her curriculum. But even a 4-day-a-week schedule doesn't match the real problem facing the schools in our district. I can show you multiple studies from countries across the world where they've successfully reopened schools, but all of them have done it with either lower rates of community spread than we have, or have modified the number of students in their classrooms every single time. I have yet to find one study where they have had community transmission rates measured by positivity of tests, which is what epidemiologists use. If it's over 5%, the WHO, Dr. Deborah Birx, and Dr. Robert Redfield, and many other experts recommend keeping the community closed or only partially open. Our current rate is at 9.9%, which is double the recommended rate. Additionally,
sorry, that's the timer. Go ahead.
Keep going.
Trying to figure out my phone. Go ahead.
Additionally, right now, Salt Lake County ranks 36 out of counties in the entire country for rate of infection. That puts us on a list with Los Angeles, Phoenix, Miami, and Houston. A modified schedule doesn't have to last for a year or even a quarter. If we can go online overnight, we can move from modified to in-person just as quickly. And I talked to my school social worker today because I've been talking to parents, teachers, and administrators every day for the last month, as I'm sure you have. I'm sure I don't have as many calls as you've gotten. And it is exhausting to be dealing with this all day, every day. And I'm getting a fraction of the input that you all are getting. And I don't envy your choice. But I talked to my social worker for a long time, asking her how she felt about the modified schedule, knowing that one of the biggest concerns is the importance of school for people like my son who need speech therapy or people who eat at the school. And she told me that a modified schedule not only facilitates face-to-face instruction and delivers critical social interaction, but it delivers on the only thing we know for sure to be effective in fighting the virus, which is social distancing. Being able to keep our schools open consistently through social distancing is a higher benefit than bringing everyone back at once when we know that we are going to have positive results in the classrooms, no matter what we do, based on our community spread. If our rates in our community are truly trending downward, which the district has said is one of the things they're using as for basing their decision, if it's truly trending downward, then we might not have to be on that modified schedule that long, but we also might not have classroom closures or school closures in the interim. Right now, my school has multiple long-term award-winning and extremely popular teachers actively looking for jobs in other districts as a result of the elementary school opening plans. Others have told me that they will be forced to quit the second job they have that has allowed them to make their mortgage and student loan payments because they anticipate their workload being so high and not having time in school to manage it. Elementary school teachers and administrators will probably spend more time than their secondary peers cleaning, hurting, and consoling their students. That's not to say that secondary teachers have an easy job. They obviously do not. And I'm not saying any of this because I want my kids at home. I don't. I have had to cut my work schedule by 85% since the quarantine started. They need to be back in school, but they need to be able to be back safely, and so do the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Okay. Let's see, Natalie, come on up. We'll give you, let me reset my clock.
No offense, Meg.
While he's wiping it down, just remember, Natalie, to state your name and address, and then we'll get you started with your few minutes.
Okay, I am Natalie Larson. My address is 2597 Kimberry Way. I have 3 children in Granite District. I have one starting 6th grade at Wasatch and 2 at Skyline. I'm here as a parent. Oh, these masks are hard to talk in. I'm here as a parent representing many parents who have children my children's ages, specifically 9th and 12th grade students. We want a modified schedule instead of a 5-day week schedule. And we also want to know if there's a way we can focus more on building capacity and lowering that to more of a target rate of 50%. We're interested in a delayed start to the school year to give more time to teachers for preparing for all of the modifications needed for COVID-19. We want to point out that the state board and county health departments are both restricted by state law, and that the only check on the district administration is this board here meeting tonight. There are no benchmarks that I've seen outlined for how we're going to move to these different modified schedules versus virtual versus in-person learning. And we just been told that the district would work with the county health department. My boys want to be at school.
They miss being there. They want to be involved in their extracurricular activities, especially my senior in high school. I'm sure you guys can imagine. To give us parents with engaged students the option of either going virtual or dealing with the schedule we've been given is a really tough choice. There are classrooms at our secondary schools that have set up with desks in order to encourage collaboration. There's also band rooms where they sometimes have 70 students with their individual music stands. And I can't imagine the district has the money to buy more desks and music stands to reduce transmission. And that's why it's so important to think about that 50% capacity with buildings. We need more time for these procedures to be prepared for. And we also want to understand how boundary permits, like out of boundary permits, are going to be accepted considering this building capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Karen, I'd like to make a couple of comments before we launch into any motions, because I have a couple that I would like to make, and I don't want them to be not considered. The comments that I would like to make are, we are sitting 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, whenever it was, we met. We've had some things that have dramatically changed, and not for the better. As Megan indicated, Salt Lake County is either 36 or 40 in the top 40 counties for infections in the United States. That wasn't the case 2 or 3 weeks ago. Being near 10% infection rate, I don't think it's wise to look at the raw numbers of new cases, but the infection rate, and we're double what the CDC recommends for opening up schools again on a full-time schedule. So, and also there have been in the last 2 or 3 weeks a rash of medical reports and other papers that are indicating the higher and higher transmissibility and carrier rate of children and the effect that it has on spreading the virus in their communities. So even though some children maybe do not bear the symptoms as much, they wind up being carriers and infectors. And I'm looked today again on the CDC site, and they recommend social distancing. I looked again today on the state coronavirus place, and they say to social distance. And everybody's being asked to social distance, but somehow we're carving out an exception for our schools. I think it's unwise. And so I would like to point out a couple of things. First, the CDC says the lowest risk is distance learning, and the medium risk is a modified hybrid, and that the high risk, quote, high risk, is the full-time 4-day schedule. And so my suggestion is that we take a approach that's not the high-risk approach in the consciousness of public health and civic mindedness, that we allow our students to have the option of social distancing, because nobody has ever been able to say that social distancing is not effective, and we have it in our power to do it. The only question is, are we going to choose to do it? We can do it. There are 3 or 4 scenarios. 1, don't start school yet. 2nd, delay the opening of school. 3rd, do distance learning. Or 4th, do a modified schedule or some hybrid double half day, or there's 10 iterations out there. We have the capacity to follow that guideline, which is proved to be the most effective and the one that lowers the risk the most. CDC has repeatedly stated that masks are not a substitute for social distancing. So I would like to make a motion that we adopt a school opening that allows us the opportunity to include social distancing. And I make a motion that we adopt distance learning.
Okay, so to be clear on the procedure here, last month, we did a vote of finality on choosing our reopening plans already. It is in board policy very clearly that to put an action item up for reconsideration, the motion has to be seconded and voted on by a supermajority of the board, which requires 5 of the 7 of us to vote for the reconsideration to put these different options back up for discussion and for a vote.
It was my understanding that last week, according to John Welburn tonight, he said we decided the elementary schedule and not the secondary schedule.
Now, we voted on the secondary schedule. Just at the very end of this elementary schedule, it was mentioned that we need to consider a slight adjustment to potentially looking at Fridays being distance for secondary. And Nicole was the one who brought that.
Make a motion that we reconsider our decision to go with a 5-day schedule because it is the highest risk schedule, and that we reconsider it for either a modified or a distance learning schedule.
All right, I can accept that motion, but it needs a second as well as a supermajority. Do we have a second? Motion fails. So I will entertain a motion back specific to the action item.
I'll make the motion I was going to make earlier, and that is that we accept the 19 secondary school service pattern as presented by Mr. Welburn.
Do we have a second?
Wait a minute, why do we have to do that again? I thought we did it last week.
No, we're changing.
No, this is the amendment to make Fridays distance learning for secondary only. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Connie.
Bring that back down. I want to say, and I think others of you on the board, that when I wake up in the morning, I have mixed feelings and questions about everything, and that this is not an easy decision for me, because I feel like it's like there's a great big basket with bad decisions and I have to, pull out what I think is the best of really hard decisions. And in my years of being on the board, I think this will be the hardest decision that we as a board have had to make. I would like to say that for me, this is what's important for me. I live in South Salt Lake, and one of the indicators of poverty is free and reduced lunch. And the schools that I represent or that Connie represents that are in South Salt Lake that feed to Cottonwood High School have the highest free and reduced lunch in Granite District. Even though there are other schools that have, high rates that indicate poverty, my local school has 100% free and reduced lunch. And every school that is represented in this Cottonwood feeder system between Connie and I that covers South Salt Lake, in that area, we can add Redwood because it's a feeder system. Every one of those schools is a Title I school. And I live in South Salt Lake and represent the Cottonwood feeder system in Precinct 2. And my concern for doing a modified schedule or having totally online is how it affects low-income families.
And in those low-income families, I am including families whose family finances have been affected by COVID. And issues for me that are very important is daycare. If there are 3 days that children aren't in school, that puts low-income families or families that may not have the means to put their either children in daycare or having children be home alone. Another concern that I have is that schools are a source of food for children who may not have food at home. And children, even though we bused food to as many places as we could, and I do want to compliment our food service, what's the official name now?
Child nutrition.
Child nutrition. Our child nutrition people have stepped up and really gone above and beyond to try and get food to children, but there are still children that may or may not have gotten food. I also, if anyone's interested, have an email from Robin Ivins, who runs the food pantry at Cottonwood High School, on how many people used it and how that affected the community at Cottonwood High School. The next issue I have is that there are many people who may not have technology at home for students to learn on, or Wi-Fi. And we worked hard with Wi-Fi buses, but part of my concern is that, and please, John, if I'm wrong on this, that we have filters on the computers as long as they're at school, but once they are away from school, parents would have to add filters to the computers the kids bring home. Is that correct?
That's a better question for Rick than for me.
All of our devices, if there are devices, they have to.
Okay, that's, I ask Ben, wherever he may be.
He just stepped out.
What percentage of our children did not get online at all? And he told me it was 20%. Now, if we have 63,000 children, that means that we have 18,000 children who did not get online in that last term. And my concern is I don't want children, for whatever reason, that they did not have that, to be so far behind that we cannot, as a school district, catch them up. There are classes that need to be face-to-face. I got an email from a teacher at Whittier that teaches a first and second grade special ed class. She said there were 12 children in her class and 2 took advantage of online learning. There are some classes, there are children that, in order for them to prosper, need to be at school. I know that there will be times that this changes. And I have read a lot of emails from teachers. And I am just going to say this right now. I cannot guarantee if we go back to school face to face, I can't guarantee that teachers or students will not get COVID. If we go back to school on a modified schedule, I can't guarantee that teachers will not get COVID. If we do total distance learning, I can't guarantee that teachers and students won't get COVID. I can't make that guarantee. But I represent South Salt Lake. I represent the community that I've just described to you. And this is very hard, but I feel like for me, I have an obligation to be concerned about the families that don't have the same opportunities as other communities have. I would like to say one concern that I have, and I've already mentioned it to you, that there are schools that have many Hispanic or Pacific Islanders and cross-generational families with some of them, and that we've got to keep an eye on that for those communities. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Nicole, did you want to add your brief comments?
Can I ask a question real quick of John, just for clarifying? Because it does concern me as well for the planning time for elementary teachers. It is true they have a lot less than secondaries already, but I think that was addressed, and I just wanted to ask you, because I talked to Martin about this, so I just want for clarification for everybody to know, because there are concerns about the ARL and the DLI programs. Those teachers are probably going to have to teach both modalities. Now, there has been something addressed to that as far as giving them extra planning time. How has that been addressed?
Yeah, we're going to work through that not only for the DLI teachers, but there may be some teachers that prefer to teach both modalities rather than teach a split straight distance learning. So we have already discussed with my directors. We're going to be meeting with the elementary principals tomorrow afternoon and talking with them about how they're going to take their numbers and then meet with their staff and then problem solve each of these things as they come up. But what they would do is if a teacher agreed to teach both modalities because that was a better option than doing a split class, then we would build into the schedule more planning time for those teachers. And when we say more planning time, currently they get an hour and a half to 2 hours. We would make sure they got at least a set number of hours. Now, we haven't defined that yet, but we're looking at least 2 hours, if not more.
One of the challenges we face is the separation between agrees to and desires to, because those are two different things. And so we're going to work very hard to not tell a teacher you have to teach both. We don't want to do that. We want, so our default, our starting position is in elementary, face-to-face or distance, one or the other. But then we will need to troubleshoot and we will involve the Teachers Association in these conversations to make sure that nobody's being pressured into doing something that they don't want to do. You know, there are other options that aren't stellar options, where if we've only got 16 kids in this school, then we look to the next school over where they've got 16 as well, and we combine. So there are ways to do this without pressuring anybody into a position they don't want to be. Now, there are
but unfortunately,
ways
for
that
clarity,
we can create the additional planning time for elementary teachers, but that's I think that's the answer to this question.
Okay.
And generally, once you get all the numbers in and you're able to sit down with your staff, teachers are really good about working with each other and the different teams on how to problem solve, but they also understand the FTE and how it works. And so it's not like someone could have 15 students when someone else has 40 students. There needs to be equitable number of students being served. I also want to go on record and clarify something with regards to, when we addressed the planning time for secondary versus elementary last month in our board meeting, that wasn't to shed the light on inequities in planning time, because we could go into that as well. There are secondary teachers watching this right now that are going to say, I've got 250 students. When I give them an assignment and I have to grade 250 of them, that's why I need that planning time. So I understand, I've lived in all three worlds, and I can tell you that there are inequities across the board that one teacher can point to versus another. And we're not here tonight to try to solve those. What we're really trying to do is do the best we can with the difficult situation to make it so that our teachers can do the best they can given the parameters we have.
Sure.
Seriously.
Sure.
You know, because I'm telling you right now, I'm going to hear, just like all of you tomorrow, but there is no way to make everything fair and easy across the board. COVID has created some serious challenges. But since I've got the mic, I just want to say a few other things here as well. I honestly believe that, as Connie so eloquently put out there, we have got a lot of students and teachers that tried to do the best they could under the conditions we had fourth quarter, and yet we know that distance learning did not work for all. And that face-to-face is a better option for most of our students and most of our parents. It really is. And when we talk in risk, I mean, I'm going, maybe I'm going to get in trouble later, but when we talk about risk, there are some serious risk in not providing quality education for our students long-term as well. There really are. And so how much do we lose in distance learning? Can we measure that? What's the impact on that for students in years to come? That's difficult to measure. Really.
All right, let's have Nicole, if you can finish up your comments, and then we'll just continue on down the line.
You know, Connie said most of everything, so I'll just, I just wanted to point out, so our cute teachers back here, our cute principals back here, when they said that 20% of the kids didn't check in, I think they looked shocked. These are principals that are in Kearns area and in West Valley, and because I think there was a disproportionate amount of kids, and that's a really important thing to see, that, you know, where these kids were located and the ability for parents to help, and the ability, you know, I myself had several kids who they did 1 or 2 assignments at the beginning, and I'm like, yes, we've got all of them, and then that was it for the rest of the quarter. And so that doesn't account, the 20% was those that didn't check in at all. That doesn't account for those kids who may have done 1 or 2 assignments, and that was it. And there's a lot of those kids as well, as we saw with the failure rate. I just want to say, you know, this really is a tough decision. This is something that I think we have all, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but we've lost sleep about, we have read and read and read, and I have tried to get through all the emails. I know there were some that came today that I didn't quite get to, so I apologize, but I have tried to listen to all sides of this. I have tried to balance out, and as I read some things this weekend, and one of the things that was said in this article in the newspaper was that you have to balance, you have to look at what the risk is versus what the other risk is for those kids. And kids who go without food, there are physical and emotional and maturing ramifications for them that they will never recover from, that they will never catch up with. And that is a huge concern as we have such a high poverty rate in this district. The kids who are, and I want to applaud Todd, because I think he is somebody who really cares about our special ed kids, and he asks questions concerned about them, and I appreciate that. But you know, these things, they said that the kids that this affects the most and affects the worst are the special ed kids. They are kids that are not getting their their occupational therapy, their speech therapy, all of these things. The ones who are in high poverty and the ones who are, I don't remember what you said, ELL, or whatever we're calling them now. They are the ones who are affected the most. And this is not just a decision that we are saying, well, there's no good decision, so we're just going to do this. This is a deliberate decision on our part. We have looked at everything, we have weighed everything, and we want to make the best choice for everyone as best as we can. I just want to say everybody's making sacrifices. The emails that I got, I know our cute little elementary teachers are mourning the fact that they can't do this or can't do that or won't be able to do this. And I know it's cutting down on class time. I'm going to have to cut my class time down because we're going to now have to sanitize everything and everywhere kids. I understand that. We are all making sacrifices. That's just the nature of this awful, ugly disease that we're dealing with right now. We're all making sacrifices. We all have to recognize that. But this is something that I feel, we owe to our kids. We owe to our students. So.
All right, Connie.
Just quickly, I've been on the board long enough to know many school closures, tough decisions, and this is one of the toughest. But I do want to say that I have read the emails that we've received. I appreciate very much everyone's concern. I trust that the adults in a school will work together and will be creative to make sure they do their best to keep everyone safe. The loss of learning for our students is tremendous, and it's significant. So as we are an education entity, it's so important that our kids get back in school and can learn and can have that growth in their lives. We don't know how it will affect them forever, but we do know that we have got to try and get them caught up. So let's get school started. Thanks.
Chris. Okay. So this is my first board meeting as a board member. Yikes. Thanks. I just first want to thank our board members. I am grateful because most of them have shared with me the reasons they made the decisions and the vote they made last time, and I appreciate it. And looking back at the different options they have, I feel like I would have voted the same exact way. In my area, I run a food pantry. I know how that affects my schools in my area. I know that getting online was very, very difficult for so many. They had challenges of parents working all day, and then they'd come home and try to help them at night. And that is a huge, huge challenge for parents who are already working so hard. And they just want their kids to succeed also. I also like that this choice gives parents options. If they choose to keep their kids home for distance learning, they still have a teacher. They still have that support through the district, and I can appreciate that. I also think I fully trust the teachers and principals to work with each individual school to make it work for their school. We have probably the most awesome educators in our district. I mean, my kids have all had amazing teachers throughout their school careers, and I don't think they're not up to this challenge, even though it's a challenge. I feel like from a personal reason, I will have a senior this year, and she is dying to get back in school. The effect she had of distance learning was, I've never seen my child like that. So as a personal standpoint, that was really hard to watch. And I think there was more kids than just her after, in that same boat. And I feel just grateful for the opportunity to represent my area. And I feel like this is the right way to represent them.
All right, Terry.
Well, thank you, and I certainly appreciate all the comments that have been made, and this certainly is a difficult situation for all of us, especially our teachers and our administrators, our district staff, and I want them all to know I've had opportunity to review their emails, those that have sent those, and this is a difficult decision, but I want you to know how much I appreciate all that you do. I've also had the opportunity to read the entire COVID-19 school manual, and Doug was surprised that I read every page, but I did. And I want to thank those who were involved in that. I know there were many in the state of Utah that put that together, and it's a difficult situation, but as I was looking at that, almost half of the manual talks about how we create a healthy learning environment from about page, let's see, 62 on, and of the 102 pages. And I know that our staff in all the schools, our administrators and teachers will do all they can to create that healthy environment for our students. I don't know how this is going to turn out. I certainly hope that we are able to help both emotionally and academically all of our students to continue to progress. And so I thank all of those. I also want our district staff, our superintendent and his assistants and all those here in the district office. I know there's been lots of discussion, and I appreciate all those efforts. And so thank you for what you've done, and look forward to hearing good success from what's going to go forward. I do need to ask, do I need to add to my motion an amendment to the secondary school pattern?
It's not an amendment.
No.
Discuss at the last meeting to come back with the proposal that addresses.
Okay, so, because someone mentioned amendment, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure if it had to be an amendment,
You can read it exactly how, I think you read it exactly as
Read
it
it
is on the
exactly,
agenda, which is
Very
great.
good.
Yep.
So thank
Yep.
you.
All right, thanks.
I have a couple of extra comments I want to make. I want to address three topics. The first is I want to address our students. I've heard talk about a certain percentage of students who are disadvantaged. Well, I've also sat in our board meetings when we've talked about the anxiety level in our students, that we have somewhere between 20 and 30% of our students with high anxiety. So now we're going to put these high anxiety students in a crucible of experimentation, and I think it is unwise. So now instead of having one group of 25% of our students have being disadvantaged in their education, we're shifting that to another 25% who are going to sit in their classes worried out of their minds that they're going to get sick. And we all know that a child who is anxious will not participate and their education will suffer dramatically. So all we're doing is shifting who gets the education, or at least an opportunity for an education. And you can juggle and do the shell game with the numbers all that you want, but you're going to have just as many students who are affected by being put in the classroom in an experiment that we don't know how it's going to go. And I think taking experiments, using our children as experimental tools is unwise. Second, the teachers. I have received hundreds of emails from teachers, and I suspect you have also. And there are so many unknowns for our teachers, those who are already high risk, who are afraid to come back, those who have no idea what kind of personal protective equipment they can get. We need to allow them to make a list and to make sure they have it before the school gets started. We are now asking our teachers to do 5 things. We're asking them to teach. We're asking them to self-protect. We're asking them to manage children with masks. We're asking them to do hygiene. We're asking them to record and upload their lessons when they don't have either the technology or the know-how how to do it. And we're asking them to follow up online. This is an unreasonable burden on our teachers, and I think that in order to support our teachers, we need more IT people in our schools to do the recording and to do the uploading. Where is that? We have nothing. These teachers feel unprepared. we need to hire more people to come in and do the sanitation. We're asking the teachers to do this on top of everything else. My friends, I don't think that that's reasonable. And this whole idea of them being absent from school because of a COVID-related exposure, they have to go out and they have to take sick leave. That, I think, is a slap to our educators. We should make a motion and modify our policies during COVID so that anytime a teacher is absent from their school because of a school-related COVID exposure, it should be an excused absence. It shouldn't count against their sick time, and they should never be asked to take a leave of absence when we are putting them on the front burner, and then they get sick, or even if they don't get sick, they get exposed and they have to leave because of what we've done. We must adopt a modified COVID policy with respect to teacher leave of absence during COVID. It does not punish them for being willing to be on the front line. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So that's for our teachers. And then for our families, for all those people who live as multi-generations, I'm worried for them. I'm worried that even if these children don't show signs, that they're going to be spreading it to their families and that we're going to have some problems. So I recognize all the arguments that have been made. I just don't think it's wise for us to commit ourselves to be a childcare during a pandemic. I get that we provide that service. I get that we provide food, but we can provide food in another way. There are pantries. There are the Granite Foundations. There are other ways where we can get food to students. We can take it on the buses. We can do whatever we need to. We have the means to do it. But for us to put our children and our teachers and their families in these positions, I think is unwise for us. And so I hope that in support of our teachers, that we take some further action right away. And I would also like to make a motion that because so many teachers appear to be unready, that we delay the start of school for a week or two. Nobody is going to get hurt by that. We can do it, and there can be good justifications for it, but our teachers who are being asked to go back have got to have time to either prepare with personal protective equipment, prepare their rooms, or better yet, for all those who have students, they may need some time to meet with those special students before school starts so they can figure out how to best help them. But I would make a motion that we delay school and start it after Labor Day, start on Tuesday, September 8th.
Now, I actually cannot accept that motion because it is not, the motion's out of order because it's not on the action.
I asked you to broaden it.
Is it as a substitute motion? Because we currently have a motion to accept the approval, or accept the COVID-19 secondary school service pattern. We have not yet taken a vote. So are you wanting to substitute motion over that?
I will make a substitute motion that it be modified to not begin until Tuesday, September 8th, to give our teachers, our administrators, our staff, and our families better time to prepare.
All right. I think you've already made that motion to reconsider changing our reopening plans, which has already failed. So that's why it's out of order.
I'm making a motion to Mr. Boden's motion that also include a delayed start to Tuesday, September 8th.
So you're amending the motion to include the approval of the COVID-19 secondary school service pattern with a delayed start? Am I understanding correctly?
That's correct.
All right, so we have a substitute motion. Do we have a second to that substitute motion? Nope, that motion fails, so we will go back to our original motion of approval of COVID-19 secondary school service patterns, and if there aren't any more concerns or questions.
I failed to say one thing.
Go ahead, Terry.
And that just, I didn't address the parents. Some are here, many are listening. I know we're asking a lot of you, but you're a real key to the success of what goes on in our schools too. And we just encourage you to go forward. We realize it's difficult, but thank you for the sacrifices you've made and you will make, and we'll do our best to help. You're in a difficult situation.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the COVID-19 secondary school service pattern. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, motion passes 6-1 with Mr. Zanger being the opposed vote. All right, I do want to quickly comment. Whoa. All right, motion passes 6-1 with Mr. Zanger being the opposed vote. All right, I do want to. That's really weird to hear your own voice being played back, by the way. Okay. Okay. Just real quick, I just want to reiterate how hard board members have researched and have done this. And while many might not agree with us, there's many who are. I have received emails for and against all aspects of all the different schedules. And so we know these are hard decisions. We know these are hard times. And I appreciate board members for studying them out. We really do feel the weight of this on our shoulders. This has been something we've thought about for every day for a long time. We've had we had 2 long board meetings in July discussing the details of these schedules as well. So I appreciate that. To Todd's point, he brought up personal protective equipment, and I want to follow up because that is an excellent point he has brought up. We want our teachers well, let me tell you, I got several emails as concerns of teachers using their own funding for this. And that really, really, really bothered me to the point I was on the phone with Martin that minute as soon as those emails came through, making sure that we have masks, shields, gloves, sanitation supplies, and all those things. And it came to my attention that we were still asking our teachers to pay or to find funding from their principal for plexiglass, which I also did not agree with. And so now teachers are hopefully learning from their principals that the plexiglass will be provided.
They're shields, desk shields.
That's what I mean. Yeah. The desk, you know what I'm talking about. If, or for tables even. Yeah, to meet with their principal, because that was something I felt strongly needed to be corrected to be able to help protect our teachers even more. So thank you, Todd, for bringing up that point, because that reminded me of that. Okay, our final agenda item, and we thank people for waiting this long. Doug, are you going to kind of set this up for us a little bit?
I'd be happy to. Board members, thank you. I know it's late. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but what I'd like to do is provide just a little bit of a background of what's occurred. We've had this conversation in this meeting or in other meetings prior to this. I just want to give you a procedural history of what has happened and where we are now in anticipation of having a hearing.
Picture?
Yeah, I do. Ben, have you got the slide?
Yes.
What we're going to be talking about is as part of the Skyline project, as part of the Skyline rebuild, there was some land that was purchased on the northeast corner of Skyline from some folks there in the area. And part of that land was owned by the O'Brien family. When the land was purchased by Granite School District, according to the procedures of the statute, we entered into negotiations to purchase that land, and the outcome of the negotiations was that we would purchase that land, but there would be restrictions on a particular restriction on that small red area you can see right there. It's labeled property and length of access impacted by the restriction. Part of the restriction would be that that would be considered a fire road and restricted to public access, and that gates would be placed on that road in order to ensure that public access would indeed be restricted. So the dispute became one over this 120-foot section of that road, and the dispute as it arose came down to some definitions that were in the agreement itself. So after the negotiations, the district signed an agreement with the O'Briens, and the O'Briens became concerned that the district anticipated being able to drive buses on that fire lane. And my understanding is that they felt that that was part of the restriction, that the school district shouldn't be able to use the fire lane for that purpose. And so the O'Briens filed suit to ask the court to resolve the question of whether the public use restriction would indeed include a restriction of the district being able to drive buses on that section of road. It's been the district's position that it never intended for the restriction to restrict our own buses, but it would have been restricted for private use on that road. And you can see the language of the agreement is actually there, right just to the right of the map there.
Doug?
Yes, sir.
Do we use fire lanes to drive across? Do we do that in the district?
That's a good question. So the term fire lane is a term that is, there are definitions for the term fire lane. And the definition of a fire lane in building codes and other areas does not preclude the use of any other vehicle other than a fire truck. And indeed, in the school district, we do drive buses on fire lanes regularly. The restriction of fire lane is actually a size restriction more than anything else. It's not a use restriction. And so the district did not anticipate that it wouldn't use buses on that lane. It simply anticipated that we would use these gates to limit public access or access of the outside public. Hopefully that made sense. So we conferred with outside counsel on this issue, and the concern was expressed that even if we engaged in the lawsuit, which we intend to do, that perhaps there would still be ongoing disputes that would arise even after this particular dispute may be settled by the courts. And so it was proposed that the board would consider another option, and that was to use the power of eminent domain to eliminate the restrictions on the property interests. Essentially what that means is that the district would pay fair market value or just compensation to the O'Briens for taking that restriction. Taking meaning in terms of eminent domain, a taking. We would take or eliminate the restriction that was placed on that 120-foot section of road. Before we can exercise the right of eminent domain, before the board can exercise its right of eminent domain, it must first approve in a final action of the board and make a determination that it will pursue eminent domain. Before it can take a final action, however, it must allow the opportunity for the individuals who will be impacted, in this case the O'Briens, an opportunity to be heard. And so that's why we've invited the O'Briens to be able to participate tonight. The O'Briens have their attorney here, and Mr. O'Brien, Ben, is supposed to be in the waiting room. Okay. And so that's what, this is that opportunity. It's a hearing for the O'Briens to be able to provide their side of the story, provide you their position with respect to eminent domain before the board is allowed to move ahead and take final action on it. So I'll turn the time over to the O'Briens and the council.
Mr. O'Brien, we can hear you. Go ahead and present at this point.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Grant School District Board for hearing me tonight. I'm here alone. I'm actually here out of town with my dad, who can't be here. He had a successful cancer surgery on his face, so I'm with him here, helping him out with some COVID issues and some things preventative things. And my brother couldn't be here, but my attorney, Robert Hughes, is here, and we're grateful for the opportunity to be here. And I'm grateful. I've sat here for the last 2 hours and heard all the issues, and I'm grateful for your concern and care with COVID and all the other things. But let me just give you a little bit of background on us, the O'Briens. We have been neighbors and friends of Skyline for over 40 years. My parents bought the property over 50 years ago. They built a home. We all grew up there. You'd be hard pressed to find a family more active in the community and in Skyline High School than we were and have been. By way of ancient history, I was student body president in 1979. My brother was student body president in 1983. My sister was a cheerleader. My other sister was a historian. I've been back every 5 to 10 years for reunions, fundraisers, sporting events. I've donated to the school. My parents have donated to the school. So I say that just so you know, we're not rebel rousers or California transplants. We love Skyline. We're excited with the idea that a new school is going up. Fast forward to 2000, well, actually, before I do that, years ago, my dad asked my brother and I, we're developers, if we'd like to buy into his 2-acre parcel that Granite just purchased to do a development. And we did, and we bought in, and we were partial owners with my dad. In the development process, my mother asked us if we would hold off on the development because she loved the buffer zone between our home and Skyline. She loved the trees. She loved the irrigation, rivers. She loved the birds. She loved everything about it. And so we said, sure, Mom. And so we held off, did other things. Well, fast forward to 2018, we got a letter from Granite District asking if we'd be willing to sell. And of course, we weren't. We had plans, and we didn't want to sell, so we didn't respond. A few months later, we got a real nasty demand letter saying that Granite District would take the property by eminent domain. That was a pretty surreal situation where we were shocked. We realized that we really didn't have a choice in the matter. We had to either let them move forward with eminent domain or sit down and negotiate. That was a sad thing, but we decided, let's do the right thing. Let's sit down. We sat down and with a negotiation, and we sat down with Don Adams, went to his office, my dad and brother, and he had some overhead pictures that you just saw on the screen. Our biggest concern, along with monetary compensation, equally important, was our privacy in that buffer zone. Our main concern was that Skyline would want to put in a main access road along there. Don Adams told us that there were no plans on behalf of Granite School District to put any roads in, and he showed us some of the preliminary drawings. And so we moved forward, and through a couple of the conversations, I asked Don if he would follow up with the board and find out. Well, every time he said no, that wasn't the plan. I have proof that it was a big topic of conversation. I had not heard from Don for quite some time. I was waiting before we went in to negotiate for him to confirm that there would be no road there. So I sent Diane Pennington an email, or actually a voicemail. Now, Rob Hughes has some handouts he'll give you later, but it's a little garbled. The translation from the computer, a little garbled from what I said. It said, hello, Diana. This is Sean O'Brien with the Skyline Property. I need to talk to Don Adams. We received a revised offer, but I've been waiting this entire time for Don Adams to get back with me with the road entrance proposal. The price is important, but just as critical is the east entrance and your proposed entrance. Anyway, if you could have him give me a call. So Diane, in her email that I have right here, responded to me on August 27th, 2018. Don asked me to send you the 3 layouts that are being considered for the Skyline High School rebuild. There are no plans to put an entrance on the north side of the property. Please let me know if this answers your questions or if you'd like to speak to Don personally again regarding this issue. Thanks and have a great day. Diane Pennington. With that, we moved forward with that, comforted that we would maintain that buffer zone, that the ball field, the soccer field, whatever it is, would go right up to our property. We went in and then we met for negotiation with Don Adams and his attorney. And we got through that. And I said, oh, Don, also, would you please put in the sales agreement what we talked about, that there would be no road there. He says, oh, about that. And this is an exact quote. He said, I can control what Granite School District does, but I may not be able to control what a third party asks us to do. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? He said, well, for example, the fire department, they may want us to put in some type of fire lane there. Well, that brought up some red flags for me, because we're developers. In our last large development, we added a second phase to an apartment complex separated by a fire lane, a locked fire lane crash gate. Well, fire lanes over time have a tendency to turn into main thoroughfares, main roads. And that's exactly what happened at our apartment complex. That former fire lane is now the main entrance to this apartment complex, right in Holiday, Sandpiper apartment complex, part of Holiday. I brought that up with Don, and he said, no worries at all. We'll make sure we put in verbiage that will make sure that will never happen. This will only be a fire lane access. I said, oh, okay, that sounds good. So the verbiage that he put in, not me, not my attorney, but Don Adams and Matt Anderson, number 4, and you already read it, but I'm going to read it again. It says, the fire lane, the O'Brien defendants acknowledge that the district intends to use a portion of the subject property as fire lane access along the north boundary of the project. The district shall secure such fire lane with a locked traditional fire access crash gate at the entrance on Virginia Way. And then it adds to, not just that, it adds, the district shall also post the fire lane with a sign stating that this is not open to public access, and will take other reasonable measures to prevent the public for the use of the fire lane. Well, you fast forward, a few months later, maybe 4 months later, and a friend of mine said, wow, they're sure building a big road next to your property up there. I said, oh no, they're just building the ball field. There'll be a little, fire lane maybe. And he said, oh no, he said, we just got the latest drawings from Granite. That is the main bus access for the entire school all day long, weekends, visiting sports teams. He said also it's the main access for the state ball field down below. It's also the main access for all the parking spaces in and around the tennis court. My attorney immediately called the Granite attorney, to no avail. I called Don Adams and was very disappointed in his reaction to me, saying that this was their plan all along, which wasn't. And number 4, it's pretty hard to believe that was their plan, the way number 4 was written. He had shown me before even the bus access to the whole school, and it wasn't there. So they had made a change. So somewhere along the line after the closing, Don Adams either didn't tell the board or didn't tell the planning commission that, oh wait, I made a promise and we have some restrictions there. And not only that, but the attorney makes us out to look like the bad guys in one of the correspondence. It says the O'Briens have changed the tenor of our relationship. Well, it's interesting. We kept our part of the bargain, but Granite School District has trampled all over the sales contract. And by that, I guess I'm specifically talking to about your two representatives. So Granite breaks its promise. That wasn't the deal we made. We had a deal. We had a signed contract, and Granite was not honoring the negotiation. Furthermore, they were being pretty belligerent about it. We've had nothing but encroachments up there. We have 5 feet of dirt encroached on our property right now with no retaining wall for that road. They've made no effort to put in a retaining wall, but that's a whole nother issue, but they've given no consideration to us whatsoever. So my question to the board is, or I guess my statement is, you cannot use eminent domain to get out of a contract, particularly a sales contract that you wrote up. You threatened us with eminent domain in the first place. We came to the table out of being good neighbors. When we filed the lawsuit, we never in a million years thought Granite would come back again and threatened eminent domain to get out of their contract. I'm not an attorney, but I've never heard of that. I've talked to a lot of people. Nobody's ever heard of that. Nobody's ever heard of this happening before. To get out of a contract by eminent domain. It happens with property, we know that. Doesn't seem right that you're talking about using eminent domain to delete a paragraph from a sales contract that you wrote up. It doesn't seem right that you're threatening to use eminent domain to get out of a contract that you signed. Doesn't seem right to me. I would like to ask the board tonight that you vote against using eminent domain to take the contractual restrictions out. We've been good neighbors all along. We sat down, negotiated with you at great cost, a great opportunity cost to us. The comment was made by Don Adams that he was paying more than market value, but it doesn't take into consideration our opportunity cost. Developers die to have premium property. You can't buy land anywhere in and around that Skyline area. And we had premier property, and I had planned on developing that. And it came at a great heartache. And now this is insult upon injury, and this will be a tremendous, tremendous impact on the value of my father's estate down there. It's a beautiful estate. Just going in and out of the property now, there's tremendous congestion with, obviously with construction, but there's school kids from Frontage Road. When school is out, cars are backed up all the way. And that's the future that we're looking at when we had been promised that that wouldn't happen. We could maintain somewhat of a buffer zone, even though Skyline came back up to us. I ask you vote against using eminent domain to take away the contractual restrictions that you agreed to. I don't believe Don Adams and Matt Anderson have been honest with the board. I'm sorry to tell you that. I just don't think you've been aware of what they've been doing. And I'm also really sad that once they knew they were breaking the restriction, I'm real sad that Don Adams wouldn't have called me and said, hey, there's been a few changes here. Let's talk. Instead of that, he called me and said, oh, we planned all along to have the bus lane there. When that's not true, the bus access was in a completely different location, and you, the district, know that. I think what happened is you changed your mind, and they just didn't have the courage to tell you, oh, sorry, we screwed up. We put in restrictions. I ask you to vote against it. I also ask you to honor the contract and install a locked traditional fire access crash gate. We don't want money from the district. We just want you to be honorable, just like we've been honorable with you. And with that, thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you'll be honorable board members and realize what you've done. I mean, it's just it's unconscionable to me, and that's all I have to say. I'll turn it over to my attorney, I guess, now.
Mr. Hughes?
Thank you for your patience tonight. I know you've been here a long time. My name is Rob Hughes. I'm with the law firm Parsons, Bailey & Latimer, and I represent the O'Brien family, not just Sean, who you just heard from, but his dad, Verl, his brother, Devin. Tonight, I want to speak mostly for Verl because this impacts him more than anyone else. This is still his home that's going to be impacted by the activity that you're proposing just to the south of his property. So Sean mentioned the email from August of 2018 from Diane Pennington. And it's important for the context, right? Sean tells us, and he's got an email to prove it, that he was asking again and again about where was the main access going to be. And he was assured in that email, and I've got copies if you want them. This does not have the three sites. It was variations on scheme B, but there were three potential site layouts. all showing the bus access coming off of the roadway to the south, the main road down south. So the context was when we went into a mediation in November that everybody knew that the O'Briens were really concerned about what was going to happen in that area. And so when the issue of the fire lane come up, you know, I'm not going to speak to what was in Mr. Adams' head or anyone else, but I think it should be reasonable to think that when the O'Briens negotiated for this language about the fire lane restrictions, that it never occurred to them that fire lane meant a bus, right? Given this context, that never would have occurred to them. I suspect it wasn't the plan at the time either by the district. Now, when Mr. Larson explained what the issues were here, there was a focus on the public use or the public nature of the road. And that is an issue we can debate about. We can have an interesting discussion about whether a school bus full of kids going to a public school is a public use or not. We can debate that, but we can set it aside because there's a much clearer affirmative restriction in the contract, or not a restriction, but an obligation, an affirmative obligation. And here's my second and final handout, I promise. And you've seen some of this already. Do you mind? Thank you very much. To me, the key sentence in that paragraph 4 is not the one about, or the ones about public use. It's the one about the crash gate. Specifically, paragraph 4 requires the district to secure the fire lane with a locked, traditional fire access crash gate. Yes, sir.
What is a fire access crash gate?
I'm so glad you asked, Mr.
Is that
Zanger.
a term of art, or is that?
Well, as I've asked around, not everyone is familiar with it, so I'm glad you asked. So the term crash gate, they're called crash gates for a reason. They're crash gates because fire trucks can crash through them.
Is it just an arm that comes
No,
down?
no, it is not. So look, the crash gate developed as a compromise between fire departments and property owners. On a big piece of property, fire departments typically want to see a secondary access in case the primary access is blocked. Property owners, on the other hand, want to restrict access or control access to their property. And so the compromise that has been worked out among developers and fire departments decades ago were these crash gates. The fire department gets what it wants. It can get access to the property. The property owner gets to lock the gate so that no one else can get access. So I've got an expert that I've talked to. He's a fire chief now. He's been in the fire business for 50 years. He will testify that when he started out, a traditional fire access crash gate was you'd have two metal swinging gates, and you'd drop a 2x4 into slots behind it, sort of like you can imagine locking a castle gate, right? And then they'd take the 2x6, I think he said, and saw it halfway through. So when a fire truck came up, bumper bumps that 2x6, the gates pop open. That's why they're called crash gates, because the fire truck can crash through them. So if you look at the second sheet there, you'll see what a traditional fire access crash gate looks like. Now, it doesn't have to say crash gate on it. Some of these do. But they're locked. They're locked. These are gates that clearly signal no one is invited here except for the fire department. That's what a fire access crash gate is, to your question, Mr. Zanger. Now look, it doesn't have to be one of these old-fashioned ones. It certainly doesn't have to be one with a 2x6, right? You turn to the next page. Here are modern fire access crash gates. My expert tells me that no fire department anymore wants to crash their $1 million fire truck through a gate, right? Even if they're designed for that, they don't want to do that. So the modern thing is the fire trucks have a yelp function on them, on the siren, and it's sound activated. The gate goes up. But what it still has in common with the traditional fire access crash gate is that it's only for the fire department. So in the context of being concerned about the main entrance of the property being right up next to their home, that language can't be read to mean anything other than a real crash gate for the fire department, for emergency access. So now if you look at the last page, this is what apparently the district is proposing to put to secure this road. This is the Door King. It's not for emergency access. It's for everyday access. You can see that. Even in the specs, it says high usage vehicle control. You can see the pictures. This is from their website. It's to control access to parking lots for hundreds of cars that go in and out every day. Now, again, we can debate whether a school bus is a public use or not. I think it's beyond reasonable debate that that's a traditional fire access crash gate. And that's important both because it's an affirmative obligation that you're planning to violate, and because it tells you what the rest of the paragraph means. It tells you that when we agreed to no public use, we meant no school buses too. And we think that's the way a court will look at it. Now, everybody comes to this with a perspective. I see Mr. Adams back there. I'm sure he's frustrated. He wants to tell his side of the story. He's frustrated to hear Mr. O'Brien call him out. He's got a perspective. And until tonight, you've been hearing this story primarily, I assume, from him and council. And you sit on a school board. You have a school board perspective. I don't think there's anything I can say that's going to convince you to see it from our perspective. And I'm sure the opposite is true. But I do ask you to consider for a moment how an impartial jury would see this. They're going to listen to my expert. They're going to see these pictures. They're going to hear the context. I do not feel that an impartial jury is going to think that this is a traditional fire access crash gate. Now, if I ever get a chance to stand in front of that jury, I'm not going to ask them for money. I'm going to ask them to force you to put in this gate. When Sean heard about this from his neighbors, he didn't call me and say, hey, let's file a lawsuit. Let's get some more money from the district. What he said was, this has got to be a mistake, right? So I called Mr. Anderson. No, it's not a mistake. He called Don Adams again. No, it's not a mistake. We wrote a letter. We demanded, honor the contract. We were met with very politely, but we were told no. We were left with no options. So yes, we did file a lawsuit. And to reiterate what Sean said, we don't feel like we changed the tenor of the relationship. We think this gate changes the tenor of the relationship. So this kept getting weirder because the same day that the district's council answered our complaint and said, no, we're not in breach of contract, I get this letter. This is from January of this year from Mr. Anderson. It describes what the lawsuit is about. It says the school district firmly rejects the allegations. In other words, they're saying, we are not in violation of the contract. I got to tell you, I find that hard to believe, that they believe they're not in violation of the contract because of what comes next in the letter. The letter basically says, we're not in violation of the contract, yet we're going to use the power of eminent domain to delete the paragraph in the contract that you say we're in violation of. I got to tell you, I've been doing eminent domain for quite a while. I was floored by this. The temerity of it, to say, we don't have to live up to the contract. We'll just delete that provision from the contract. I've never seen anything like it. And then the justification. So, I mean, think of the difficulty of going in front of a judge and arguing, we're not in violation of the contract. On the other hand, we need to take out that provision of the contract. So you've got to grasp for a justification. To use eminent domain, you've got to prove necessity, is what the eminent domain statute says. You've got to prove you really need the property. So here's the justification. You heard Mr. Larson articulate it as well. The district cannot have its reasonable use of its own property continually questioned and challenged by the O'Briens. So it's not about the current dispute. The suggestion is that they might be troublesome neighbors in the future. I mean, if that's the justification, well, you might as well take the whole house. You might as well take the Hunsaker's property. They're upset about what's going on with this road. That's not a justification to use eminent domain. So again, Sean says to me, can they do that? Can you take a contract in eminent domain? And I said, well, I don't know. So I looked, and there are a couple cases in Utah. And that led me, I did some research. There are cases where government entities have taken contracts. In fact, you can find statements like this that'll say, a contract is property and like any other property may be taken under condemnation proceedings for public use. That's from a U.S. Supreme Court case. I imagine at some closed session, your counsel has read you a statement very much like that. What you'll find, though, is that those statements pretty much all come from very particular kind of case where a city is taking a private water company or a private utility, and they take the physical plant, they take the trucks, they take the pipes, they take the equipment, and they take the contracts. They take everything, lock, stock, and barrel. And the utility will say, you can't take a contract because it's not land. And in response, the courts have said, well, you can. It's private property. It can be taken. Most of these cases are pretty old. The one I just quoted from is from 1897. So those are unusual cases where you can take a contract. But that isn't this case. This is even more unusual. You're not taking a utility. You're not even taking an entire contract. What has been proposed to you is that you authorize the taking of just the one paragraph in the contract that is difficult for you to comply with. I had to search high and low to find any evidence, any example of that anywhere in the country. I was beginning to think I'll never find it because it's so rare, because no government agency would dare to do that. I finally found it. I Googled, can you use eminent domain to get out of a contract? Found a law review article. It says, eminent domain can't be used to get out of a contract. This is from the Urban Lawyer. I'll give you the site, Matt. It's describing a case from New York in 2010, and it's a complicated fact, but this is the description. An appellate division case considering whether once an agency with the power of eminent domain makes a deal, must it live with it, or whether it can use its condemnation power to try to avoid its contractual obligations. The court invalidated an attempt to take property, in this case land used by Syracuse University for cogeneration facility and steam plants. The taking, the court held, was purely private, since it was an attempt by the condemnor to free its affiliate from its contractual obligations. In other words, eminent domain can't be used to get out of a contract. Now, it's a New York case. It's not binding here. Utah judges don't have to follow this. Utah judges will be free, because there is no precedent in Utah on this kind of a case, to make whatever law they want, and it'll go up on appeal, and the Utah Supreme Court can make whatever law it wants. I got to tell you, I would be very surprised if the Utah Supreme Court would endorse this, because think of the implications. It would mean that anybody who enters into a contract with the government would never feel secure in its contractual rights. And let me bring it closer to home. You've got a huge building program. There will be more takes. There will be more negotiations with other property owners. Don't you want to go into those negotiations with your counterparty trusting that you'll live up to the deals you make? I mean, we lived up to our side of the deal. You've got the property. All we're asking is you live up to your side of the contract that you signed. I think the court is going to see this for what it is, that you're trying to get out of a contract that you now regret. I don't think that's going to go well. But it's really that simple. It just makes sense that the government should have to live by its contracts. It's that simple. What has been proposed to you by your staff, it's wrong. This is not what eminent domain is for. We ask that you vote against using eminent domain to take the contractual restrictions, as they're called. We ask you to honor the contract and install a locked, traditional fire access crash gate. Thank you.
Hold on here for just a second. Board members, do you have questions for Mr. Hughes, for staff, or for Mr. Anderson at this time?
Yes, sir.
You said that if you take this to trial.
Todd, can you pull your mic down? Thanks.
You said that if you took this to trial, you wouldn't be asking for a monetary amount, but you would simply be asking that the district perform and put up the the crash gate, is there not a monetary amount that the O'Briens would accept to change that term?
So if you look at our complaint, at the end of every complaint, there's what they call the prayer for relief, where it lays out exactly what you're asking the court to do. Ours has six paragraphs. The first 5 are make them put in a gate, make them use it for, restrict public access. It's all what we call injunctive relief or specific performance. The 6th one is, in the alternative, give us money damages. And the reason for that is this. The plaintiff, even if they win, doesn't always get to choose their damages, right? The court might say, you know what, monetary damages are enough. Now, I will tell you this, in real estate matters, that's an area where generally courts are more likely to give you injunctive relief because the theory is property is unique. The privacy that Mr. O'Brien has in his home doesn't have a dollar value, or it's hard to put one on it. I mean, you can hire an appraiser to put one on it, but it's hard, right? And so we think we could get injunctive relief. And I'm getting back around to your question. When this all started, the answer to your question, would you accept money, was not only no, it was hell no. Sorry. I've talked to Sean and Verl about this. We know that we've got a long road ahead of us, and that at the end of it, we might just get money anyway, right? The court might say, yeah, they didn't put in the act. The court might say, yeah, you can't use eminent domain to do this. Might say, yeah, they're not putting in the gate they said they'd put in, but it's a school. We're not going to make the school reconfigure everything. I think that could happen. And so they might give us money. Because that's a possibility, yeah, I think that we could probably work something out.
Do you have a number?
Not when I'm going to utter in a public meeting. I don't think, I mean, yeah, we've, at the beginning of this, we didn't even want to get an appraisal.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Has the district given you a number?
Yes.
Is your number anywhere close to the district's?
They're both made up of digits and have commas in them, but other than that, no, they're not that close. I have not given our number to your attorney. We just got our appraisal back on Friday. It's a draft. I'd like to be able to share it with Matt. I'll tell you this. The number that we have, it seems to me it would sure be cheaper to put in one of these old-fashioned crash gates. I mean, I don't know what the Door King 1601 costs, but it's certainly a heck of a lot more than just putting in a real crash gate. And that's what we prefer.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
If it's this crash gate and our buses can drive through it, is that a problem?
Yeah, it's a problem.
So it's not the gate,
well,
it's the buses.
The gate is important for a couple of reasons. First of all, you're not putting in that gate, right?
But let's say we
okay, but let's say you did.
Put in that gate.
Remember what I said about, well, first of all, it wouldn't be traditional. But I'll give you this.
We'll put it, you choose the gate.
Well, but here's my point. Here's my point. The type of gate is important for 2 reasons. One, the current gate isn't compliant in our view, and your question is, well, what if we make it compliant?
You choose the gate.
My response is, there's the second reason it's important, is that the term traditional fire access crash gate tells you what the rest of the paragraph was intended to mean. If it had been meant.
And I guess that's the question for the judge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Nicole. I have a question, but go ahead, Nicole.
So when Mr. O'Brien spoke, he said that they were originally planning on developing that property. So I feel like, I'm just trying to clarify this because I feel like there's something at odds here because he's saying, this is an invasion of our privacy, yet they were going to develop that property. So what is it that's the most important to you or to them?
You might have heard, if you heard, I mean, what I heard him say was they had planned to develop it and they didn't. They waited because their mother wanted all that privacy, right?
Right. So
is that the
when
privacy? When his dad passes away, would they have developed it? I suspect, yeah, I don't know that Sean or Devin was going to live there.
Is it the privacy the issue? Like, I mean, the seeing of the buses, is that what the issue is?
Well, it's a whole bunch of things. part of the problem is that we don't know all the problems, right? I mean, until you start, until the building program is done, it's hard to know what all the impacts are going to be. But it's not just that you're going to see big yellow school buses going by. You're also going to hear them. You're going to have them queued up and stacked on the road, right? And there's this concern that it's not going to be just school buses, right? I mean, you got visiting teams. There's a whole bunch of, I don't know a whole bunch, but there's maybe 20 parking stalls over by the tennis courts that can only be accessed on this road. So who are those for? If you can zoom out, there's no other road that goes to those tennis courts. The parking stalls between the football stadium and the tennis courts. And it sure looks like the only way to get to that ball field, the stake ball field, is along this same road too. So we have our suspicions that it's not just school buses and that eventually it will turn into something a lot more.
So your suspicions, but you're not clear on that. Have they had us sit down and said, where is the access to this? Have they had that opportunity to talk about that?
I would have loved to have had that opportunity. We've still never had an explanation for why it all got upended. I mean, I hope you'll take the time to look at the 3 layouts that were attached to that Diane Pennington email, because the bus drop-off was in a totally different place. And no one's ever explained. I mean, who knows what would happen if we could go back in time. But you wonder what would have happened if someone had picked up the phone and said, hey, we've got to reconfigure this. Can we talk? Yes, sir.
Was there a map that was attached to the settlement agreement?
No.
But a road was contemplated.
At the time of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
Not by us. Well,
there had to have been, or the language wouldn't have been in the agreement.
It was sometime between that August 27th email and the day of the mediation where Mr. Adams brought up this thing of maybe being forced to put in a fire lane.
And so then that language went into the agreement?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, again, what we envisioned, and I think what the language describes, is a big steel gate with a padlock on it. School buses don't get out and unlock padlocks.
So I just have to just put my thoughts together here. So I'm looking at this and it's a very small section of road, relatively speaking. But really to me, it comes down to, I guess, what type of gate is kind of an issue, but also just letting our school buses pass. And then in my mind, and then this goes, you've already mentioned this, so this is kind of a repeat, but I just have to process it. I mean, in my mind, public use is private cars driving on the lane, and this would be maybe for a judge to decide, but a public school bus that only has access because they are on a school bus dropping a bunch of kids off is different to me than 30 cars dropping kids off that have the same equivalent of kids in a single bus. And so my mind is that's where I'm at over and over in my mind. I'm like, we're just talking about buses dropping kids off and going. And now I realize it's not my property, so I don't want to just, I don't want to in any way I get where the O'Briens are coming from, so I don't want to downplay that aspect of it at all. But I'm just trying to wrestle with, okay, we can put in a really nice, crash gate if our buses can still allow it, but it sounds to me that that's not the issue. Is that accurate?
I think that is accurate. I think that is accurate because what we had in mind, again, is an old-fashioned gate with a padlock on it. And the reason for that is that's in Sean's mind, that was the best way to prevent this fire lane from becoming a thoroughfare, right? And yeah, there is a bit of distrust now. I mean, I still don't understand how all those softball players are going to get to the LDS stake ball field. It sure seems like they're coming off this road too.
They come straight through the parking lot.
They come to the parking lot.
On the south end, into the.
You're not going to have a curb?
Not there.
They'll come to the parking lot.
The parking lot onto your bus lane.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that doesn't appear to be what's shown there, but
those individual cars wouldn't be able to access, backwards through
they'd
be stuck over in that section of the parking.
That's
so,
right.
Anyway, okay,
That's
board.
right.
Use your mic.
Is that just an entrance and then the buses go around? Do they come in and out of the red?
The buses come up at the top there.
Yeah.
Buses drive in, turn left, do the loop, and then drive back out.
That's
Now, when it's the weekend or after school and the stake, because they've got an easement, remember the stake has an easement, they would come in through the parking lot, so not up north, but through the parking lot, the north part of the parking lot, and drive straight into the bus lane, and then go north and into the ball field, and then come back out. So never crossing either of those gates. There's.
Well, we have someone diagram what you're saying here.
Oh, geez, I can't read that. Okay, so the.
Oh, Ben's got them.
Is that a road right there where the arrow is?
Yep. And then back out. So that gate there and that gate there.
Don's got it with his pointer. Can you see it?
Those would keep the public from ever crossing those 120 feet.
That's correct.
So there's two gates?
Yes, two gates. You can see the gate locations.
Right where his arrow is.
The blue lines go to the gate locations.
To the state ball field.
That's correct. So
Where are they gonna come in?
Right here.
They can go there.
So they have to go all the way around. Go around.
If that's the case, that solves that part of the problem.
Sure.
But it's
Sure.
part of the
We're just
problem.
looking
Yeah,
at
no,
it
I
at all
appreciate it.
angles.
That's the best explanation of that I've had yet, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Our concern is the buses not driving through the parking lot.
Correct.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try to redesign your site layout, but you can imagine, I mean, at one point, your website said you considered 40 different site layouts. So
you've not been involved with that committee.
Yeah.
But yes.
And I'll tell you what it feels like is that just like tonight, I mean, you guys are considering all these disparate interests that are in tension with each other. And I'm sure that's how it was with this site layout. And somehow it seems to us we got the short end of the stick, even though we're the ones who got a contract.
Well, what's it called in the law when there's contract language and it turns out the parties didn't have a meeting of the minds?
Well, I'm not sure what you're describing. There's mutual mistake of fact.
And so what does that do to the contract?
Well, this isn't mutual mistake of fact.
Well, if we understood public access to mean not the public, but yes, buses, and you didn't, is that a mutual mistake of fact?
No, I don't, because it's not a fact what your intent was. I think the court is going to read this from the objective reader. What's the plain language of the contract say? Okay. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, do we have any questions?
We can put the decision off.
So Doug, do you want to remind us kind of what our options are tonight?
Sure. So, once again, pursuant to the statute, the O'Briens have an opportunity to be heard, and that's exactly what they were just provided. So they've given you the information, their position. Now it's up to the board to take action with respect to eminent domain. So if the board wants to proceed by exercising its power of eminent domain, the board would need to take a final action, take a board action in doing so. That would require a motion, a second, and a vote, just like any other official board action.
Do we have an option right now to go into executive session to discuss litigation strategy?
I was actually going to mention that you actually do have the option, because this is discussing litigation, we would have the option of going into executive session and discussing strategy.
I make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss litigation strategy.
We need to do that tonight?
Matt, are we time sensitive?
What is the timing on this, Matt? Can you speak to that?
We put this off a month?
When we have to file the eminent domain action?
That's correct. Yeah. When would you have to?
We don't have anything pressing right now.
And also, I have kind of just a broad question. Can I slip in?
Mhm.
If we can't pass our buses through there, what is our alternative plan? Because does that make sense?
There is not an alternative plan at this point.
Okay. So I'm sorry, your reply was do we need to have,
It is not pressing. We don't have a pressing filing deadline or anything like that.
Right, there's some timing issues because it's what's going on right now because of the O'Brien lawsuit. We're in the middle of litigating that, and so it makes some sense to bring these together, but, so there is a timing question, but it's not like there's a deadline next week.
Would we need to
Speak here so we can get it on the record and people at home can hear what's going on.
Say that again, Matt.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's not a pending deadline. So you have some flexibility there, but I think it makes sense on an efficiency as well as strategic to get this going. And of course, you know, if the action is approved tonight, that doesn't mean that we're going to file the complaint tomorrow and proceed full speed ahead. We're waiting for this chance to negotiate and hear back what their number is and try to work this out. But certainly, this is the time to do that.
okay. All right, go ahead, Martin.
if there, just procedurally, if there is no action taken tonight, but it's contemplated that action would be taken in the future, would there need to be another hearing?
I can answer that question. No, the statute allows the O'Briens an opportunity to be heard prior to an official action of the board.
Okay.
That opportunity has been provided. That's what they received tonight. There'd be no need for an additional hearing.
Very good. Thank you.
It's been a long evening, so I'm trying to gauge here. Todd's made a motion for executive session.
But I'm only suggesting it's going to be 5 or 10 minutes. I just want to have a
You just
brief
want an
discussion.
executive session to be able to
do.
open a discussion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now for executive session, we have to take a vote by roll call. Todd?
Yes.
Terry? Yes. Chris?
Yes.
Honey?
Yes.
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 I'm a yes, so that is a unanimous thing, a unanimous vote we will go into executive session for the purpose of discussion possible litigation.
Can we just invite everyone to sit tight? Because I don't think it's going to take more than 5 or 10 minutes. Because then it might provoke another motion or a motion for lack of action. I mean, there's all kinds of things that it could provoke.
But when you say sit tight, we can excuse everyone outside because we're not set up in another room to record.
Right. No, right. But I'm just saying, don't send everybody home. Just
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Just
Yeah,
adjourn
that's
for
a
a
fair
few
request. Yeah.
Are you okay? Mr. Hughes, you okay with that? Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So we're not moving?
We're going to disinvite everybody except for
Stacy
the board and
and the staff.
the staff.
So we're good right here.
I don't know what to do.
No, we need to turn this off. Right. What's that?
Can you mute it and shut off the camera?
You have to end live. Can I go to the bathroom?
So we don't have to shut off the stream.
Okay.
Don't go home.
Okay.
Don't go home. Do not go home.
Okay.
Don?
If you go home.
I'm actually going to excuse everyone except the board and me.
Is it? Yeah.
Including
For too personal, that you don't want that out to the public. Yes. Okay. I know.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Right. And there's other people at stake or. Okay. Yeah, because I'm not sure. Yeah.
I know.
have to invite him back.
Well, he's got a link, so he can just use that same link.
Right. I think he's still in the waiting room.
So that's Stephen. Yeah, he'll show
Today's
up in the
August
waiting room.
4th.
So it'll show up in here when he's ready. And then let me go. Headphones and make sure audio's coming through. Can I get somebody to say something or tap into a microphone? Perfect.
Same email, same link. Sure.
Can you hear us, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
All right, are we all online again? Everything's up and running? Okay. All right, thanks for letting us step into that executive session for 5 to 10 minutes. We are back, and I will entertain a motion. And there is no motion. So Martin, I think the board is instructing you to bring this back next month.
Next September, we'll pick up where we
Yep,
left
we'll
off.
pick up from right here. We're going to take no action on this at the time today.
Very good.
Okay. We're not going to, thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Mr. O'Brien, for
Thank you so
being
much.
online.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to skip board reports because you've heard enough from us this evening, but we'll have Martin give a quick superintendent report.
Tomorrow morning at Cottonwood High School, 8 o'clock registration, 8:30 start. It's a kickoff. All of the administrators will be there. Invite you to come and stay for as long as you'd like. That'll be the professional development for administrators after my remarks.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thanks, everybody.